Welcome back, everybody, to your favorite wrestling podcast, the Monday Night Way. We're the grooviest. I don't like the word groovy. I should have said something different. We got the smoothest beats and the greatest opinions on the professional wrestling world. I go by Jay, your co-host, one of your co-hosts or one of your hosts. The producer, the wrestling aficionado, the man who is a heel at heart, but a baby face by face. And from now, I'm going to pass it off to my boy Hero. Go ahead, take it away.
It's the most electrifying co-host in podcast entertainment. It is your mother's favorite heel. It is the king of gorgeous, the wild card, Mr. Sexy Ass Lottery. It is Hero.
And the crowd goes wild.
Now, you handsome piece of shit, I got a question for you.
What you got?
Dwayne the Lone Loneston.
If you smell.
What do you want to pod about, you lovable son of a bitch?
Oh, my goodness, man. I love that one. That's probably my favorite one. That was funny. Oh man, it's gonna be a great pod. We got some really good topics to talk about. We got a lot of wrestling happening. Not a lot of wrestling news, but it's Mania season. Things are trying to pick up, So let's get into it. This episode's question of the week, sponsored by Slim Jim, is top 5 intercontinental champions.
Word.
Since I went first last week, I'm gonna have you go first this week.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, let's switch up. I like my. Okay, so I'm gonna make this quick because it's the last person I want to talk about for a hot second.
Okay.
The first two, I just gotta get the first two are pretty easy for me. It's Gunther. He's one of the greatest wrestlers to do it at this moment. I fully believe he will be one of the greatest to ever do it by the end of his career. Longest reigning champion, still champion, has a banger matches every single fucking time. It's kind of hard not to have him on the list, I feel like.
Gunta. You're not wrong.
Yeah, my second one is, to me, another obvious choice, at least for me. I'm going with the A-lister. I gotta go with the Miz. When I got back into WWE, he made that title prestigious. He made me hate him. He made me love him. Miz was awesome. He has multiple reigns. I'm a Miz guy, so I gotta go with the Miz.
Hating on Miz is crazy. Hating on Miz is like just unheard of. You can't hate on Miz. I respect that one. It's Miz, bro. Whether it's hoorah Miz or if it's awesome Miz, you gotta love the Miz.
Gotta love the Miz. So my third one, I'm choosing The Rock. And the reason I'm choosing The Rock, is solely based off the GIF that keeps on giving. The GIF the eye roll GIF when Farouk is talking. It's one of my favorite GIFs of all time. Therefore, I'm putting The Rock on my IC title list. And also, that's pretty much started, like, that was around the time it started the crazy feud with him and Triple H and him and Stone Cold. Without him ever getting that title, I feel like we don't get those feuds the way that we did. Or have.
No, I don't think so either.
My next one, I'm going with Viva La Raza. I'm going Eddie Guerrero. You lie and cheat and steal. He was extremely entertaining with any title he had. Yeah, I'm going Eddie Guerrero. Honestly, Eddie Guerrero is he's just one of my favorites because he had a really good U.S. champion run, I remember. Obviously he had an awesome world title win against Brock Lesnar.
Yep.
But yeah, I got to go Eddie Guerrero. And with my last choice, this person was connected to Eddie Guerrero to a certain extent. Actually, this person, I believe, won the Intercontinental title for their second time off of Eddie Guerrero. And that person is the 8th wonder of the world. I'm going China. the only
Don't
woman
treat
to
me like a
carry.
woman.
Yeah, the only woman to carry a men's title, I believe, at least at that time. And she's a 2-time Intercontinental Champion. And China's fucking awesome. She had a bazooka. Well, I mean, she came out with like a bazooka firework thing every entry. That shit was fire. I gotta go China. I gotta go China.
Yeah, the China's whole like package, like the Amazon or like the eighth one of the world. I mean, with this bazooka, like the title, she was beating on men. Like that's definitely a little ahead of its time for sure. But I can only imagine because that it was so much ahead of its time, how much like scrutiny she had got for that. But because I thought it was dope when I seen it, I thought that shit was fucking amazing.
Yeah, I thought it was dope too. I'm sure she got scrutiny, but yeah, she won the first one. I want to say it was 99 against Jeff Jarrett, which was I rewatched that match because I thought I was bugging for a little bit. I was like, I could have sworn China had this, and I was like, when I was making my list, I was like, oh yeah, she did have it. I was like, cool, because I really wanted to pick a choice that no one would have guessed, and she won it off to Jeff Jarrett the first time. And then, like, during her and Eddie's love angle that was going on for a while, which I loved, the precursor to, Rhea and Dom, I believe she won it the second time in, like, a triple threat or something like that. But either way, China.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. That's a solid list. Very solid list. All right. On my top 5, I'm going to start off with just a complete icon to me, the bad guy, Razor Ramon, Chico.
Nice.
I think him with the classic white IC belt was like just everything to me. Like that title is one of my favorite like designs for a title is the white IC belt. Like that shit is so clean to me.
Which is a foreshadow, audience. It's a foreshadow.
Foreshadowing. A little sprinkle here. Sprinkle some crack on the floor. Have you follow? Next up is none other than Rob Van Dam.
Nice.
I think RVD in like the dragon, like I don't want to say leotard. I don't think that's correct.
It's a
like,
singlet.
Singlet, yeah.
I think so.
The dragon design singlet with the icy belt, the rolling thunders, and the frog splash. I think that was just a critical moment for me in my wrestling, just growth.
Yeah, big ass yin yang symbol. Yeah, RVD.
Yeah, RVD was tight, bro.
He's the shit.
Miz is on here at 3. These are not ranked or in order, by the way. Just number 3 is Miz. Once again, the classic IC belt. He kind of like, you can't hate on Miz, but he also brought it up because when he brought the title up the second time, or maybe not second time, like this more recent time, it wasn't like he was carrying the shows because Brock didn't have it on, on Raw. Roman wasn't defending his shit, so like he was really putting in that work for the IC. So shout out to Miz. 4 is my guy Kofi Kingston.
Hey, let's go. All right.
SOS, Jamaican Kofi, man. That was probably more in particular like me watching like my brother at the time was watching with me, and like he loved Kofi. And at the time, Kofi had the IC belt. He's doing like the Trouble in Paradise, just agile Kofi. Not saying Kofi not agile now, but young Kofi was fucking solid.
Nice.
And to finish it off, I'm going Shelton Benjamin.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Ain't no stopping me. Shelton. Once again, one of those in the same breath as like Kofi. When Shelton had it, Shelton was going crazy. I think he had it for like a year, maybe a little under a year. Just a freak athlete, supernatural athlete. So yeah, Gunther did not make my list only because I thought these 5 were just really solid to me. And him and Shelton were like really I was on the fence about, and I looked it up, and Gunther has 22 title defenses over 641 days or 40 plus days. And then Shelton had 17 over 244. And I'm like, he was defended it more. I seen him defended I seen him defended less, but in shorter amount of time. So he was constantly, like at least throwing out matches to where like Gunther, 22 title defenses in 600 plus days is kind of crazy. But, that's just how the business is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, like that's the list, man.
Cool. Yeah.
Kofi, bad guy, RVD, Miz, and Shelton Benjamin.
Yeah, no,
as you
and
can see.
it's a hard, and honestly, it was a hard list because like I went to the Wikipedia and I looked at every single person that carried
I
it,
did.
and like yeah, how long they had it and like the order, and I'm like, man, there was a lot of good names to pick out of because I thought about RBD too, and I was like, man, I had thought about Razor also, like how could you not, you know? So yeah, I mean, yeah, Jeff Hardy I think
It's
had it at some point.
Jeff. Yeah, there was a couple people on the
Yeah.
list I didn't know actually like had it. Like AJ had it at one point in time.
Mhm.
That I completely missed. Uh,
It was a forgettable reign, respectfully.
yeah, there's just a couple names. I was like, oh shit, I completely forgot they had the IC belt. But it just shows that like just the history of like that title and like how important that was to like Raw because it was always a Raw like title, I guess, up until before Gunther had came from SmackDown over. But yeah, um, yeah, man, that's
Yeah,
it. Top five IC champs.
nice. Yeah, let's
Now
yeah, the news.
get into the news. Um, Before we get into the news, I do have just a quick little tidbit. I want to give a shout out to like the ROH women's division. They just had their finals for the women's TV title tournament, and I've been watching pretty regularly. I haven't talked about it on the pod. Kind of
Mm.
just didn't really like find a place for it. But it's probably some of the best wrestling I've seen from the women or from women's wrestling period. And I just want to give them a shout out. It's really dope. Shout out to all the women out there who's putting on uh Billy Stark, Red Velvet, Aminata, just so much growth there, and hopefully y'all continue to grow, man. It's really really dope to watch.
It would be nice if you guys grew on Dynamite,
This
but
is true,
but
it's true,
yeah,
but
yeah,
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 it's somewhere on tape I can
yeah.
watch. All right,
No, yeah, no,
I'll
no,
take
that's
it.
good. Just like a big tree, I got to give some shade every once in a while
Oh,
because
of course.
these women should be on Dynamite, if not Rampage and Collision.
Yeah, I man, and that's a whole different like thing of like how would you break it up because you don't want to copy and do brand splits, but then you also have so much talent to where like you don't want to overshadow anybody either. It's a quite a conundrum, quite a tiff to be in,
Yeah,
and I'm glad I'm not the one booking it.
yeah, that's for sure. For the first news, we try to get the sad stuff out the way, and I feel like this is the saddest thing we got on the docket. But Raquel Rodriguez was pulled from the active roster. The reason's unknown, but it's safe to assume it's because her skin condition is flaring up, or whatever that is, it's happening again because it started happening right as she got back. So prayers out to her. Hopefully she comes back soon. She clearly, I mean, they still fuck with her. She's going to get pushed. She's going to be used. Just hope her body gets right and she can be seen.
Yeah, I think I've seen something that she had posted to where like I think they had found out what was the cause of it, and hopefully like she's just going out and getting like the right treatment, and she needed time off to get that treatment. Um, yeah, heal up, rest up. The business is definitely going to miss you, but when you come back, we'll be right here, ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
So just take your time and just get better, get
Yeah,
well.
absolutely.
Um, I
Oh,
got
wait, I have a
the.
tidbit
Go
real
ahead.
quick since you were talking
Yeah.
about ROH, women's ROH. Um, so if you count the Dynamite where Sasha or where Willow, if you count Big Business,
Hmm.
last Friday SmackDown, and then this Raw that we just watched, those were three of the main shows, and they all had women main events. And I
Hmm.
think that's super fucking dope. And let's keep this consistent. Yeah, the fact that in 1 week, for the most part, you had all three of the major shows had women main events. That's awesome. Let's keep
Yeah.
that fucking trend, please.
Yeah. It
I
put in
don't
the
yeah.
and
Women draw, make
and
them draw, you guys.
like for sure they definitely can. Like, and it's man, I'm so pissed off we didn't get to have like another like WWE like evolution. Because I thought that was on like the cusp of something really great because like the first one's always going to be, just a little rough. You're going to like, and it wasn't even bad, but the first one's
No,
always going to be your problem child, not problem, but your starter child. You're going to figure it out, figure out what needs to work out and what doesn't work. But I definitely wanted them to continue doing that because like the women's evolution in WWE at the time was peak. It's like that's when you had the Charlotte, the Becky, the Sasha, the Naomi's, like
yeah, the
you
Bellas
had
were there at the
everybody.
time.
Bellas,
Ronda
like
was
you had
there.
everybody. So
Shit,
like
that pay per view had one of Ronda's best matches because Charlotte was beating the dog shit out of her. I loved it. She was beating her ass. Shit was good.
yeah, I want them to. I wish that we can get that or got more of that. I know Triple H came out and said that like we already did it, which I was like that was a fucked up answer because it's like bro, yeah, we've already done Money in the Bank too. So what's the point?
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get that somewhere. Hopefully Tony, hey, you got the women's talent to do something to that sense because they're gonna draw. They're gonna bring in a crowd. They're gonna make money. It's about time that we get like a women's like show. And I understand the whole like equality aspect of it too, to where it's like, well, there shouldn't be a women's show if we have like a men's show that they can be on, or just everybody show that they can be on. And that's not necessarily where I'm coming from. I just mean it's more so that the women can do it by themselves. Like they don't.
I think if we're talking WWE, I mean, even both shows could do it or both companies. I mean, honestly, if you had TNA, they could do it too. All three companies have the capability. Not all three companies have the, I would argue, star power. But yeah, no, it could be done. And fuck the equality part. Like, no, I feel like an all women show on a yearly basis is perfectly fucking fine. It's perfectly fine, especially if most of the times, like, depending on who shows up on SmackDown, we might get one women's match. I think we got one women's match this week. I mean, there was a lot of women on TV. We saw a lot of women. Like we saw Naomi like 4 different times. But it's that's essentially one match. Dynamite, they usually have like one women's match, or they'll have a PLE with fucking 15 matches and maybe 2 of them are women. So it feels like, I mean, all these each company they have the rosters for it. Because worst case, AEW can dip into ROH. Worst case, WWE can dip into NXT.
NXT,
yeah. So it's like, and I don't even think they would need to do that per se, because again, both these companies have stacked ass rosters in on both sides. So
yeah, I wouldn't be mad if they did, just because like you have like just to put on more women. What's wrong with like not saying you said this, but like what's wrong with like just throwing out like somebody from NXT up into like the women's pay-per-view, like Lash Legend gets up there, like let's just see, just because like it's going to put you in the game with like everybody else around you. You're going to soak up so much knowledge, so you're going to learn so much just by being around like those women.
Yeah, and it gives them reps. It's easier to explain. Like it's a nice soft way to like add them to the ecosystem of the rosters. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Getting mentors, like just learning from somebody.
Or like and it doesn't have to be like bring Mae Young Classic back, or like I mean we talked about that last week too. Like get these ladies on fucking TV more, all of them on every company.
Mae Young Classic was dope. That was also one of my favorite times of like watching wrestling because it was a whole bunch of like unknown stars, unknown wrestlers. And maybe that's my thing, is that I love watching wrestling when I don't know who somebody is. Because it gives me an honest like representation for me to just dictate, oh, this person's nice or this person's not my flavor kind of thing. To where like going into something, it's like, hey man, right now you heard about Roman Reigns, the tribal chief, he's up. And so now my expectations going into those matches or going and watching anything Roman Reigns is that, oh, he's the best of the best. Compared to the Mae Young Classic, it was like, oh, this person versus this person, and I'm just gonna sit back and just watch.
Right. And then also to add to that, seeing like hypothetically, like I mean, well, not hypothetically, like with Mae Young Classic, for example, like I saw, that was my first time seeing Bianca. That was my first time ever seeing Dakota. It was your first time seeing a lot of these people, right?
Wasn't Rhea in the Mae Young Classic too?
Rhea, pretty much everyone who's on the roster now was in there at some point, except for like the Horsewomen and all the ones that were already there. But like Raquel was there. She was a different name. I think Deonna Perez was, or Peraza. Yeah, I think she was there. Tony Time was there. Kairi Sane was there. Shayna Baszler.
Dakota.
Yeah, and and yeah, so the other aspect to it is seeing these people grow, because it's like, yeah, it's like
Exactly.
I seen them at the very fucking beginning. So it's like, not only did I not know who they were, but now, like, looking back on it, like, because I remember I first saw Bianca, I was like, oh, I like her. Fast forward, she's one of the fucking best women wrestlers ever, like, at least in the modern era. So yeah, yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, bring it back. Hey, game. I know y'all got bread over there, and I know you had a creative. Bring back the Mae Young Classic, man. Let's
Mm.
turn it up one time.
Something that they are bringing back. Thank you for that segue. Is WWE's bringing back the Slammy Awards? Does it mean
And,
anything? Not really, but it's fun.
and the thing, I completely forgot that it was not even a thing. I remember the Slammy Awards, but I thought it was more so like a joke at first, and I started realizing like, oh, this is actually like their award show. Um,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
yeah,
it's not.
bring it
Yeah,
back.
it's not meant to be taken too serious. The last one I
Nah,
remember, I want to say it was like 2015. It was after Seth got injured and had to vacate the title. That's the
yeah,
last one I remember. Because yeah, he gave that speech about having to bank vacate his shit and whatever. But yeah, and also it helps. It can help with small storylines. It's a yeah. I feel like it's a cheap way to like get a storyline, like, oh, like someone's mad that they lost to whoever, just shit like that. But it's also fun, and I believe it's a fan vote, so it gets fans and engaged and whatnot. So yeah, it's a cool thing. It's cool.
yeah.
It is what
Let's
it is.
do it.
Yeah.
Let's see. I got it's fucking dope, just dumb shit. Uh, apparently Jack Perry is on Tony Khan's bad side. That's what the Meltzer reports are saying, is that he has been excommunicated. He's not being talked to. Nobody's checking in on Jack Perry. He's just living life in New Japan, just on a boat by himself, on an island by himself. Um, personally,
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, go
No,
ahead.
no. Well, yeah. Uh, like when we send stuff in the group chat and stuff, I try not to send too much Meltzer stuff because, one, he's super biased, and also as far as 2024 goes, this nigga is like 0 from 1,000 behind the paint when it comes to WWE stuff. I mean, and also AEW at this point now, because the Brian Alvarez was saying different things than Meltzer, and then Jack Perry is refuting it. So honestly, the story's kind of up in the air. But one thing that was consistent was that at some point Tony Khan did ghost Jack Perry,
Mm-hmm.
and but yeah, there's a lot of conflicting reports, so it's honestly kind of hard to believe,
Yeah,
or
I
like to
don't know what
choose
to
what to
believe.
believe. Because yeah,
So like
one
how?
one thing is saying that he
Yeah.
requested his release, and but Tony didn't want to release him. If that's the truth, that's a whole other conversation. Yeah, there's just a lot of different conflicting things. But either way, I don't feel like it takes a genius to realize he was on someone's bad side, because ever since Wembley, he has been in Japan. I don't even think he came back to America after Wembley. I think they just sent his ass straight to Japan.
You know what? Just go over there. Nah,
He's
see,
like,
like how I look at it, man, it's like the rumors are also just all just bullshit, because most of the wrestlers tell you that they bullshit, and they tell you stop listening to like the blogs and shit like that.
yeah.
Until I get it out of like the horse's mouth, until Jack come out and be like, yeah, Tony didn't talk to me, I'm just not gonna believe it. I did see that there was a clip that Tony said that he was talking about Jack and how he's doing amazing work over in New Japan and whatnot, which led me to like, if he wasn't communicating with Jack, how did Jack get the approval to go to New Japan? Because in order to work in New Japan, Tony has to approve of you doing it. That's how most of that shit works anyway. Um,
Yeah.
and
I
even
mean,
with that, like
yeah, I'm assuming he approved it, and like they've had a working relationship for a couple of years, and also the Rocky. I don't know who Rocky Romero is that much, but he's kind of like
he's
the
a
dude.
producer for AEW. He's
Yeah,
also part of Best Friends, I believe.
right. And but he was at New Japan before, and I think he's like the dude in the middle who was kind of like helping facilitate that deal.
Yeah. And even with that, it's that like if you really was like you didn't like somebody, the way you show that you don't like them is by sending them to New Japan. Like I think that's a great fucking deal. Like it gets you better, it gets your style better, it builds up your notoriety, it builds up your popularity for when you do come back. They know Jack Perry from New Japan. Jack Perry was killing shit over in New Japan. I don't see like that doesn't make any sense from a I hate you standpoint to for you to go build your star and then we want you to like and I want you to leave or I want to cut you like that.
Well, I think it's because it's less exposure. Because only a certain uh niche group watches both American and New Japan stuff at the same time. Um, Also, I mean, I don't like he's supposed to be one of the pillars, so it's
But
like,
and that's the thing too, though, is that like when those pillars, they weren't all the greatest. Like every one of them was really rough, with the exception of like MJF. But MJF like grew into it. I think Sammy definitely still needs work. Darby
he
needs
needs to do
work.
work. Yeah,
Uh,
he
and
needs a new
then
brain.
and then Jack was one of the ones where like Jack was at the time really popular, but also like working wrestling style. Was he ready to go toe to toe with some of these people? And I don't think so yet. I think going to New Japan gets you ready to go toe to toe with your older guys on the roster. Like I think Jack comes back from New Japan, you can throw him in the ring with Mox, you can throw him in the ring with Daniel, you can throw him in the with Okada and shit like that because his style is like evolved.
I mean, if his physique is still the same, I still would question it. And also, the promo is, I mean, besides in ring, promo was his biggest weakest kryptonite, and he openly stated how he doesn't like promos and doesn't want to get good at them. And it's like you can only get so far. I mean, maybe AEW. I mean, we can say AEW is different, but even then, all their champions could still talk on the mic. Thus far, all their main champions have mic skills. You're not
It's
gonna.
true.
You can only go so far up on the card if you can't talk, if you can't cut a promo against someone, or if you can't even just cut a promo just to a fucking audience and get them engaged. You can only go so far up the card, and I feel like you're not gonna like in New Japan. You're not gonna be able to grow that much promo wise because I mean you're the only person speaking English. I mean the other talents speak English, but it's just obviously there's a language barrier and all this other. It's not the and there I don't know their like I don't know their format in New Japan. I know they do a lot of press conference stuff. I don't think there's not like in ring mic work or anything like that. I don't think they do like WWE promos and ring and shit like that. But yeah, I mean, how's it supposed to get better at like his weakest thing when you send him to a place that doesn't even focus on that at all?
Well, because like, and this is just the differences between like the E and AEW is that like one is promo heavy, and the other one is just get in the ring and wrestle. So I think a lot of AEW is that as long as you can get in the ring and wrestle your ass off, we might not really care about you talking as much. Um, and I think that's just the direction that they're going with, especially when you think of it in the sense of like, oh, AEW has like talent from CMLL, and they don't really cut promos; they just come out and just start smacking people. So if you can like get down and throw down like that, I think that's one of AEW's like strong suits where they lean into more is more so wrestling and ankle locks and headlocks and technical shit over like actual getting on the mic.
True, but they just hired Pepperman, so they're working on promo stuff. I mean, just the last 3 weeks, you can tell like there have been more promos, which we
They
will talk
have
about.
been.
We will talk about Mercedes, but again, like yeah, no, like AEW is that company where yeah, they rather fight than talk for the most part. But again, like you're not gonna be AEW World Champion and still have the same promo that Perry has. MJF, he could talk. That's one of the reasons he was super popular is because of how good of a
Yeah,
talker he is. Samoa Joe,
it's
we
true.
know he can talk.
Yeah,
Fucking Moxley. I mean, granted,
Hangman,
I don't like.
Mox,
Yeah, I mean,
Kenny,
I don't
like
like the way they talk, but they can still talk.
they still talk.
Jericho.
Talk.
Fuck. Yeah. So it's like
Even
if you
Orange Cassidy talking. Orange Cassidy's whole gimmick is that he don't talk.
yeah, and if a nigga who never talks still talks better than you, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
just
with
saying.
you.
I'm just saying he can only go so far up the card. Otherwise,
Right.
he's just going to be another. He'll probably be in a tag team again or do the TNT thing if he ever comes back. But I can't
I
see
think
him
he'll come
holding
back.
the main. Yeah, I can't see him holding the main title when he doesn't like to speak and all this other shit. Whatever. But yeah,
Yeah. Well, rule of not rule, but to bring it all back,
Hmm.
just take the blogs, and this is to the listeners. Take the blogs with just a grain of salt. because 99% of what you see is probably not true. I think even Rock came out and was like said like, "Oh, this is bullshit." So it's like
on Meltzer. Yeah, if it's quoted by WON Wrestling Observer newsletter news report, take it with a grain of salt. Absolutely. Other websites, you could take it a little more serious, but man, if Meltzer's name is attached to it, don't listen.
It is. You saying Meltzer the Shade Room,
bruh?
He's not.
He has not got a single thing right, and just this year, he's not getting a single thing right.
Oh man, that's funny. And the thing is, you could be like, they could be leaking like bad shit to Meltzer just so like he don't know where people are going.
Honestly, if I'm WWE or if I'm anybody who just doesn't like him, I would be doing that. I would leak fake information all the time. Why not? Especially if he's going to maybe give me like a couple bucks for it. Oh yeah. I saw Charlotte slap Mercedes 2 weeks ago. I'll just say some outlandish shit.
I saw. Look, Kofi Kingston say he a vegan. I saw that man at Chick-fil-A the other day on a Sunday.
Man. Like, everybody in the back. Yeah, everybody in the back is mad about the Rock cussing. I honestly, I feel like part of that's real, but I feel like part of that was just a leak, a bullshit report too. Just like when Rock commented on it, but
yeah,
we'll see. Because Perry's been gone. When was Wembley?
Last August.
Shit, yeah, that nigga's been gone, bro.
But I think like if you think about it from a sense of like, okay, last August the shit happened with him and Punk. And then after that, it was like the suspensions and shit. But even before that, they have to like go through like the whole legal process. And who knows how long that fucking takes where the lawyers is talking to you and shit like that. So let's just say on an estimate, it's about 3 to 4 weeks to figure out what the fuck we're doing with like the legal aspect of it and the suspension. And then we'll fucking get you suspended. And by that time, things are already rolling. Hey, do you want to go to Japan? Go. Or hey, how about you just go to Japan and let shit like chill out? Either way, if he gets let go, he gets let go. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they bring him back. I think they bring him back relatively soon. I think by August we should know what the fuck is up with Jack. What you got?
It's not necessarily news. I thought it was a cool fact. This WrestleMania, Jay versus Jimmy Uso will be the third brother versus brother match in WrestleMania history.
Me versus me.
Yeah. I thought that was a cool fact, but not really news. But no, that's some cool shit.
No, this is dope. I think it was it's the Harts, it's the Hardys, and it is Jimmy and Jay, right?
Yeah.
That's the three.
Yeah, as far as like legit brothers, because I'm pretty sure Kane and Undertaker fought, but they're not.
Yeah, we did. Right.
Yeah.
That's rare air. That's rare air, bro. Bret Hart, Owen Hart, Matt and Jeff Hardy, and the Usos. Like that's a great like group of people to be in. Like those are all legends. Like,
and there's something. There's a coincidence about it too, or a synchronicity. I think it's every 20 years a brother versus brother match happened, or something like that. I think
that's dope.
It's something. It's some weird number coincident synchronicity type thing. But yeah, it's cool shit.
Yeah, that's hella dope. I like that. There was the whole Goldberg on Oscar breaking his streak. Now, give me a little backstory before I give him the quote to this. What streak is he talking about in particular?
Win streak.
Just like the 50 and the 51 or the 50 and 0 or something like what are we talking about?
Yeah, just like wins and no losses. Asuka was undefeated in WWE
in NXT, right? Yeah, like she
and then she came up. And then on the main roster until the Mania match with her and Charlotte. That Mania match with her and Charlotte was her first loss.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, in that company. So okay, let's get past. Yeah, it passed him. Yeah.
And the quote was, "A girl beat my winning streak, beat my undefeated streak, man. Yeah, I can't even remember. Her name was Asuka, and he tried to act like he didn't know her name.
Asuka.
Asuka's her name. Some Japanese girl, and they touted her as being the one to have the longest winning streak. And it just so happened that it culminated when I got there, and then it just so happened that every single wrestler uses a spear in their moves. Pretty ironic that happened when I got there, right? The fact that I didn't get along with Paul, which is Vince McMahon's son-in-law, I think had everything to do with it. All right, let me just quote a wise black man that I see, every day on my TV. Stay off the weed.
Hey man, I'm trying. Okay. I'm not gonna do this often, but fuck that nigga. Fuck Bill Goldberg. Fuck him. Fuck his career. Fuck him. That what he said was misogynistic. It was slightly
Racist.
racist. It was unnecessary. I don't understand it. I mean, he even tweeted Asuka, congratulating her. That shit is like from like 2018. Who also gives a fuck? Like, why are you even talking about it? You're bitter you didn't get a fucking like a last match because Vince is gone and Paul doesn't fuck with you, and Paul doesn't fuck with you same way Brett doesn't fuck with you, same a lot of people don't fuck with you because you're not good at wrestling. You're dangerous and you're a fucking asshole.
Bro, it's like the last time I seen Goldberg wrestle, he busted his head on like the fucking turnbuckle, right? And
Maybe.
it was like sleep, bro. And there was a main event in Saudi. This motherfucker beat the Fiend, if I'm not mistaken. He took the belt from the Fiend.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
bro,
Oh man, we
fuck
were down.
out of here.
We were down bad.
Fuck out of here, bro. Like, I
And
get it. It's the nostalgia aspect, and Saudi wants to see the old superstars. All right, but they ain't gotta beat our current superstars. There's no way in hell the Fiend should have lost to Goldberg. Like,
Well, they did that to set up Goldberg versus Roman, which didn't happen because of COVID, and then that's when Goldberg dropped it to Braun, and then we get Braun versus Bray / the Fiend, and then thank God Roman came back and saved us from all that shit.
man, it was just like, fuck out of here, bro. Like, nobody want to see you get your farewell tour. You can barely, like, you dropped Taker on his head during that same match, bro. Like, relax. Like,
And
it's okay.
I mean, and yeah, so and if like if AEW hasn't gave you money yet, clearly nobody wants to fuck with you.
That's
that's not even
like, that's funny, bro.
No, that's not even a shot. Like dead ass. Like if they wanted him, if anybody wanted him, they would ask him to come. I mean, the money can't be that crazy because fucking Sting was there for a year. He just gave Okada, Mercedes all this money. If they want, if Tony wanted Goldberg, he'd be like, yeah, come here, beat up Jericho real quick or something. Nobody wants Goldberg because you suck.
Yeah. Just everybody's living on to like that nostalgia, man. Nostalgia is crazy shit. I think it's like some of the best shit ever. You go back and watch, it's like, bro, he's not really doing that. He's just dangerously dropping people on their heads. Every time I get on Twitter, I see a Goldberg clip. It's of him like dropping somebody on their fucking head, like hurting somebody, like
fucking up someone's career, and just can't wrestle more than fucking 5 minutes. But like,
he's parades, bro. Like, and I get it because once upon a time, like I was a fucking 9-year-old, 10-year-old boy watching WCW and the spear and the jackhammer. I think the jackhammer was one of my top 5 finishers. So like I was definitely there, like watching the shit. But as I got older, I started realizing them jackhammers is looking a little stiff, looking a little. He dropped them on his head, like them was brain busters, like legit. So
yeah, man. I understand if people like. I didn't grow up watching WCW, so I understand if it's I mean, we can't take away anything from the time that he had, the moments that he did create, the aura that he had during that time, and anything like that. But that doesn't mean I can still like it, and it doesn't mean I have to like him, and I don't. And I mean, I didn't, but this Asuka shit just like no, like I will fight someone for Kana Chan. Like that is
it's unfair to her. Like Asuka's been holding shit down.
She speaks Japanese and she could still cut a better promo than his. All right, man. Fuck Goldberg. Fuck Goldberg. Fuck him.
Yeah, that shit was whack.
It's just
that shit was whack, Bill.
It's whack, man. It's misogynistic. It was unnecessary. You know who the fuck Asuka's name is?
Yeah, Asuka, like that. That's fuck out of here. If I was like, see, and this is why I'm not a wrestler. If I was a wrestler, I'd be petty as fuck. I'd go in the ring on WrestleMania night and do a fucking spear just because you sitting there talking shit. Like, fuck out of here.
Absolutely. If I'm Asuka, I'm hitting the fucking spear. I'm hitting a jackhammer. I'll even hit my head on a locker or a door just to, or whatever the fuck he does just to get
Nah,
hype.
give me the security guards. Give me the security guards for Oscar. Like when they break out, walking down to the fucking entrance.
Hell yeah.
Give her the group of security. Like fuck
Yeah,
that shit, bro.
shit. I'm petty. Yeah, no, fuck him. Fuck him. All right. Anyway, yeah, that's our news. I think. Yeah, unless you have something else.
That was the news, everybody. Hopefully, you feel informed about the wrestling world. Yeah, let's get into it. We got a Monday Night Raw.
Yeah. Show starts off with Jay. Jay calls out Jimmy to come out. If they have a nice, it's a good promo. Jay mentioned that he misses him. It on Jay's side, you can feel the emotion. On Jimmy's side, you feel the emotion too, but I feel like their energies weren't matching because Jimmy, he kind of felt like a Spike Lee film, while Jay was I mean, you was my brother. I miss you, man, but fucking me over. But Jimmy's like, you was my brother. Shit like that. I mean, it was still a good promo, but
shit.
Yeah,
you got the 90s hand motions. You was my brother, and they all like this man doing a robot or some shit.
Yeah, and he's like, you want tag team belts without me?
That shit was funny.
You ever see Tropic Thunder?
Yeah.
Remember when Ben Stiller, he's trying to cry? He's like, you're my brother. It reminded me of that sort of. But obviously, he was my brother. Like, and he did like his eye popped out a little bit. And he did the head turn. I'm like,
oh, yeah, he's in his acting bag for sure.
Yeah, he was like he went into his early 90s black uncle. He's like,
and the thing is, like, from an aspect of like wrestling, right? Because he said the promo or part of the promo was, little brother goes off and becomes a tag team champion without me. You know how disrespectful that is? That is some fucked up shit now that I think about it. We built this legacy. We're the Usos. We're the greatest tag team ever. You want to go and be a tag team champion with somebody else? You ungrateful little shit. Ain't that some... What kind of shit is this?
Hey, man, next man up, man.
Y'all having yeet moments? What?
Yeet?
Y'all built your chant without me? Give me my match, man.
Man, I don't know, man. Jimmy was gaslighting the fuck out of him because Jimmy's the one who started this breakup with the bloodline in the fucking first place. So, I mean, honestly,
that is true.
So that's, to me, that's like the little thread where it's like, yeah, Roman's rubbing off on him because he's gaslighting the fuck. Like, this whole time, I'm in my psychology bag. I'm like, come on, Jay. Like, he's manipulating you, dog. He's trying to make you feel it's a guilt trip. It's like, no, like, you kicked Roman first. You super kicked Roman first. Like, you like, and then you went back a week later, or some shit. Like, but yeah, Jimmy's a hating ass nigga, bro.
He said the biggest moment in your career is because of me. And I was like,
that's
okay, let me think about this. I think he's right. Because hypothetically, Jimmy was injured and that left Jay by himself. Without Jimmy getting injured, you don't get main event Jay. That one-on-one with Roman does not happen.
No.
I think they do tag team shit. So, he's not lying. Your biggest moment is because of me. Because I was down. You got to go out and shine. And now you want to go out here and be solo, be by yourself?
I mean, but is getting his ass whipped by Roman his biggest moment? I feel like them breaking the tag team record is the biggest, which you could still argue it's because of him because it's a tag team. But I feel like Jay got most of the pins. Either way, he's gaslighting. And
he is, but it's like you are right to like the streak is probably the biggest moment, but I think the biggest push that we've seen Jay get is because Jimmy wasn't there.
Right.
That built the main event Jay thing.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's correct. That's
so yeah. The man is barring him up.
Yeah. But yeah, I forgot what Jay says, but he ends up saying, I love you or whatever, but I'm gonna try to knock the yeet out your ass. And they start fighting. Mm-hmm. But then the numbers game happened because Solo's there, and then that's when Cody comes out for the rescue. And that ends that segment.
Cody does a crazy little Cody cutter on Solo off the rope. He's getting real good at that shit. Like that shit is starting to look closer and closer the more that he's starting to do it closer to Mania.
In a 3-piece suit, by the way.
Yeah, like, which begs me another question. Does Cody got any casual gear? This man is always either in ring gear or drank like a bank teller in Red Dead Redemption. What are we doing here?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I honestly, I doubt it.
Every time Cody leave the set of Raw, he go and get his shoes shined.
Man,
That,
yeah,
that,
I feel like it's either suits or it's just a hoodie to work out in. I don't think he owns a regular T-shirt or a button up. That's like a, not a suit. I if we go in his closet right now, we're not going to find like a Hawaiian T-shirt.
that man's daughter was born. He was in a 3-piece suit. Like, that's just it's crazy, man. Cody, let me see some casual gear, man. Some streetwear, some shit.
Yeah, yes. I feel it. Paul. So I'm assuming Paul Heyman talks to Adam
Pierce.
Adam Pierce, saying that that's not what was supposed to happen. Jimmy and Solo are leaving. They're in the bus right now. He even threw an insider term. He's like, they went to biz for themselves, which is a wrestling term. Which was funny. I don't remember how that ended. Was that it? Was just
because he says that like he's here to Heyman said that he was here to take care of business and that his business will end up catching people off guard in reference to the last promo of the night between him and Cody.
That's right.
The next match that we get, unless there's promos in between, and I don't jot down the promos.
No.
Creed Bros versus DIY.
Yeah, this felt like a good ass NXT match. It was a really good tag match, also. Just in general, but it had that NXT feeling. Man, this
was a Triple H match for sure.
Man, it felt like a takeover match. Like they could have did this match at an NXT takeover, and yeah, it would have been just as good, if not even better.
Them boys is wrestling, man. Creed Brothers is just amazing, bro. Like,
fucking freak athletes, man.
Bro, what, bro? Like, it was a great fucking match. The shit where I wrote it down, bro. It was a fucking spot that was so fucking insane.
Was it he did a gut wrench
to Johnny, bro?
Yeah, he did it
with one arm.
Yeah, he
bro.
did a gut wrench and then had had champion an ankle lock or some shit.
The ankle lock, bro. It was fucking crazy. Like, and the thing was, like, in order to get him in the gut wrench, he had to readjust his body. So he lit this motherfucker up with one arm to readjust him while still holding the ankle lock.
Yeah. And then before he slammed him, he let go of the leg just so to make sure he didn't hurt him. And then he put the pressure back on Ciampa, which was dope.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a lot of good spots. Like, I couldn't even write them. I couldn't write them all down.
There was a suplex spot from the knees. Like, he did a suplex from the knees going up. Like,
oh yeah.
Just like, what the fuck are we doing, bro? Where are they making y'all at? And what fucking factory did y'all come from? Because this is insane, bro.
They came from the PC. I mean, they were. I don't think they were part of
they NITs?
NILs?
NILs, NILs. My bad.
I want to say they came right before that became a thing.
Like,
I want to say, but they were athletes. I mean, obviously, I want to say they were wrestlers or whatever. And I want to say they're real brothers too. I fucking hope so.
Man,
I hate being lied to. I'm so sick of this shit.
They only debuted 2 years ago too. So like, they are fresh, bro.
Yeah, man.
I believe they are real brothers.
Nice.
Yeah.
But it was a solid match. DIY wins, and they get to go to their first Mania, which is cool. They would have been at a Mania if they didn't stay in NXT for so long. But it's dope. They get to go to their first Mania. Creed Bros, they're still new to the roster, so it's fine if they lose. It's fine, and they lost to a good team. It was two babyface teams, just working hard, and who was the better team won. And today or Monday, DIY was the better team.
Yeah, and I think this is a really dope moment for DIY because, just going off of where, like, they were in a very cloudy area of, like, whether or not they were going to be in WWE, to fast forward, maybe 3-4 years later, and you guys were in Mania. Like, that's a hell of a fucking trajectory, man. and they're going to Mania together. Like the synergy in that, like we're talking Ciampa, Gargano, and how they've tied their NXT and the development careers together to where y'all now have y'all first Mania together. Like that's you can't write it any better than that, y'all.
Yeah. So after that, we get a backstage segment. Dom's back from his vacation, from his honeymoon. He's talking to Andrade. He's still trying to add Andrade to Judgment Day. Dom and JD say they're going to talk to Pierce, and I don't remember what they wanted to talk to Pierce about. But maybe I have it in my notes for later.
There was a very interesting reaction between Andrade and Priest, so maybe they're like, foreshadowing some friction there. Kind of like how we was talking about maybe like Priest gets swapped out for Andrade in Judgment Day. Which is kind of interesting because, and this is not a knock, and I don't mean this in a knock, but like just from a promo standpoint, like Priest does a lot of talking for Judgment Day. He's done a lot of like their segments. Yeah. So unless somebody else is going to step up and be the mouthpiece of Judgment Day, I don't know if that's the angle they're going for, but we'll see.
Finn and Rhea, those are the best talkers in the group. I mean, Damien's a good talker, but I don't want to say stumbles, but there's sometimes he stumbles.
I mean more so for like the backstage segments, like the whole Truth like segment was very Damien led. Right. There's a lot of segments where he's talking about Truth and shit like that. Yeah. The Dom gets a match with Ricochet because JD couldn't get it done last week in the Gauntlet. So that sets up Dom versus Ricochet.
Okay, yeah. So that's what they wanted to talk about. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah. So after that, backstage, we get the EDM ladies versus Candice and Indy. It was a quick match, and Candice is healing it the fuck up. Indy is still not super on board, but Candice. I like heel Candice.
Yeah. And this is what's been missing from like the women's division. It's like, another heel on Raw. Yeah. And the fact that it's coming from Candice and it's coming at like such a time where we need a fucking heel, I'm paying attention a little bit more. Like she's doing some very solid heel work. Like she's definitely in her bag.
Yeah, Candice and Indy win. It was a pretty quick match, but again, EDM ladies, they have great movesets. They seem like nice gals. Just need some more progression with their character, other than that they'd like to have fun at some point. But it's Mania season, hopefully afterwards. But it was a solid women's tag match, and the character is developing for Candice and them. So we'll just see where this goes.
I'm gonna say the same things. There was a great little like knee spot into forcing the submission from Candice, so that was really dope to see. For Casey Carter and Katana Chance, like it's like you said, it's just character work. I don't know what necessarily like they have to do in order to like get back or get on like the right path. But maybe there's something planned for after Mania. So let's just hope let's say between 4 and 8 weeks we get a different developmental plan for them.
Yeah, they just need to do some more talking and just develop. Like again, you can't just be. We're 5 foot and we like to go to EDM concerts. Like it has to be more than that. It just has to be more than 5 foot in EDM music.
Do you think it's a style thing? Do you think it's like, oh, well, one's a submission and one's a striker? Would that help out if you can differentiate them by like their styles of wrestling?
No. I mean, for me, no. I mean, if that's the case, that's fine. But for me, I just want to hear them talk more. Like just get some maybe backstage segments of them hashing it out, training together. Understand who these women are. Just like who the fuck are you besides that you like to go dance? I like to dance. There's a lot more to me than that though. Like
and I'm trying to think like all like the dance gimmicks that we've seen. So we've seen like Fandango and his thing was like, just the music you knew was Fandango, the style of dance you knew was Fandango. And then you had like No Way Jose, and he had the whole like party of people out there dancing with them. So there was like a lot of things that like you could pinpoint on certain dance gimmicks to where if you guys, this is your dance gimmicks, it's like, where's something that like, we know it's you,
right. And
unique little thing.
And it's like, I don't need to see them dance per se, but it's just like, there's no personality. Like I'm just spitballing, but let's say like every once in a while you have backstage interactions with some of the other gals, and they're like trying to throw a party, or they're trying to like, hey, check out this music, do this TikTok with me, or whatever. Like some, like I don't know, just some character development, have them interact backstage or in a video package with other people, so that they could build some sort of character off of that, and just I don't know,
Right.
just talk, because the last video package I remember is when they were going against Chelsea Green and Piper, and it was literally just them in a club saying we like to have fun, and we're also hard hitting or some shit, and it was just like, okay, like,
Oh, that's funny.
So here's when some shit gets interesting. Cody comes out and he cooks this nigga, The Rock. He flame broils him. He cooks this nigga. Cody, this is, I loved it. Yeah, what did you think about this promo? Or why don't you walk us through it?
I got some notes, right? There's the part where Cody says he knows heels can recognize a heel. Says Rock is crying behind most of the scenes.
Mm-hmm. They call me a crybaby. You were crying in the back. You were crying to other TKO board members.
Exactly. What I noticed that Cody doesn't seem too focused on Roman during like this period, or like just this promo, which is also just very fucking weird to me, because we're now 2 weeks away and you're not talking about the man you got to fight. We still talking about The Rock. He then comes out and he's talking about, Rock's mom. She's a respectable lady. She helped him with a spot with KO at a show one time.
It's the way he did it. It's the way, that was dope. It's the way he did it. He's like, you want to talk about my mom? Okay. I know your mom. Right. And the way his face is, he's like, all right, well, I know your mom. I was like, oh, okay, let's go there. Hey, let's go.
Are you going
to he called him real quick. Also, he called him a succubus, and I was like, oh yeah, Cody's listening to the Monday Night Wave. He knows what it is.
He might be tuning in.
Yeah, soul siphoning whore. I mean, that's mostly Chris Jericho, but we'll get into that later.
Fuck. What did he say? I have it abbreviated as LDS, and I know it's
little dick syndrome.
There you go.
He said he has little dick syndrome. Said you're the Rock side chick. Bro, he was cooking. He was cooking both, bro.
Roman side chick. Which is like, first off, and this is just a little side tangent. It goes off of the whole like TKO saying they need PG talking. I didn't need Cody to say little dick syndrome on Monday Night Raw. That was just hearing little dick syndrome with a list, bro, is like, hey, that's too much, bro. I don't need to hear that. I don't need to hear it, period. But this lets you know that this is all bullshit, bro. There's no PG talk here.
No, I think that's all. I think that's bullshit. I think it's made up. I think there are certain individuals in the back that probably are like, oh well, you're showing favoritism. But all the reports about it, I literally think that they're being fed that just because.
It's like, what, in 4 weeks we got meth head marriage. We got The Rock talking about getting people all jazzed up and horny in the crowd. Little dick syndrome. Mm-hmm. It's been a lot of like just
Drew's calling Seth all sorts of junkies and
shit. It's a lot of edgy material.
Needs that fix. So, I'm like, okay.
The crowd screaming out "Spotlight junkie!" Like, come on, bro. Either way, it was a solid promo. He was definitely cooking for sure. Definitely got in his bag. My thing was, like I said before, is just nobody's focusing on like the big elephant in the room, which is Roman. And I was thinking like maybe that's what like Roman was talking about, to where it's like you're not focused, you're not paying attention, you're letting all this noise get you all hyped and amped up, but you're not paying attention that like it's me and you again. And this will also kind of like piss me off too, is that if this is the case to where this is how Cody wins and like there is no crazy interactions between him and Roman, I think it's a letdown build up for me personally. I don't know about everybody else, but for me personally, I feel like the build up would definitely have let me down if this is how he wins his belt.
After SmackDown, when we get to SmackDown, I'm more hyped about it than I was last week. After we finally get to face with them, as far as the Mania match goes on night 2, I think it might be the most overbooked match of all time. I literally think everyone and their mom is probably going to show up. There's going to be a lot of, I think, bro, there might be like 15 niggas in that match, bro. Deadass. I think it's going to be overbooked. And I don't think it's going to be a disappointment. The only way it's going to disappoint me is if Roman retains, and I'll be straight up with that. But I don't think the match is going to be disappointing. Roman and Cody have really good chemistry on the mic and in the ring. And then I mean, we're going to again. I think we're going to get everyone. I'm assuming they're going to lose the tag match, so I feel like it's going to be bloodline rules, which I mean that means everyone and their mom can show up and probably will show up. That includes both Usos, Solo, Rock, maybe even some special guest appearance. There's been some rumors about
there's somebody popping in.
I mean, there's been rumors about Stone Cold. Randy could always do something if Triple H needs some help. But as far as
like that, does that not water down the win for Cody though? Is that like you get this with all this help? Like, does that not like
if it's even in odds? It's not. If it's even in odds, no. But I don't like. For example, I don't think Randy's going to help or anything. I think
no,
sure. I think for sure it's going to be Seth. Yeah. But no, because seeing Roman cheat for 4 years, that's watered down to me. This is just
that's the heel though. That's what the quote unquote like theme of the heel is that you're cheating to win, like
right. But if you're in a match with no rules and then some people help you because you're getting jumped by 5 people, then I wouldn't call that watered down. I would call it watered down if like every single fucking celebrity and their mom shows up.
If we get to Mania,
if Rikishi and them show up too, and like Brandy's there, and then fucking I don't know Ava, like we don't need the whole family tree. But if it's just the characters that we've already have in the story, as far as Seth, Jay, and Cody versus Rock, Solo, Jimmy, Roman, and Rock, Solo, Jimmy, Roman, they do need one more person for the full.
If they do this shit, like if we're in this match and part of the finish is that everybody hits like their finisher on Roman, and then that's how it ends with a Cody cutter, and that's how he gets the win, I'm gonna be slightly disappointed. I'm still gonna enjoy, wrestling because that's what it is. But like, don't have it to where like, oh, he gets super kick from Jay, and then he gets a haluva kick from Sammy, and here come the curb stomp and Cody cutter. 1, 2, 3. I'd be kind of like, ain't this? What the fuck is this shit? But
they did that. They did that last year. I don't think they're gonna do that. Something I do think they're gonna do. They're gonna do the spike spear combination again, and this time he's going to fucking kick out. That's what I think is going to happen.
They're probably going to do that shit too.
That I think they will repeat. I mean, they might repeat both of them. Honestly, it might be a finisher spam. Everyone might get their shit off.
And then like he kicks out a Cody cutter. He turns into a rock bottom. Rock bottom's Roman. That's how Roman loses. Like please don't do this.
Remember the Rock and Stone Cold. I think it was Rock and Stone Cold 2 when Stone Cold's the bad guy. They beat the shit out of Rock to where it was literally like 3v1. He kicked out of like 2 stunners. It went to the point where Stone Cold had to beat him with a chair for like 2 minutes, hit him with another stunner, and yada yada yada. It probably might be something like that. I don't know. I mean, now that Triple H is full in control, I don't know. We'll see. We'll make our full predictions. The day of or whatever. But I think we'll be fine. I think we will leave satisfied for the most part. For the most part.
The promo leads to Heyman coming out.
Yeah,
and it sets up the Heyman gives a stipulation of where like Roman will meet you in the ring with no help if you meet him in the ring with also no help, and they can have the 1-on-1 set up for SmackDown. Mm-hmm. Cody agrees, and then that gives us the interview that's going to happen on SmackDown when we get to it. Mm-hmm. Well, not interview, but the promo segment.
After that, we have a quick Nia Jax promo about the match later on tonight, the main event.
Yep.
I didn't write anything. I mean, she's typical heel promo. I'm in this bitch type of thing. Then we have another backstage thing where Jay tells Cody, you know they won't be, they're not going to be alone. You need me. If you need me, I got you. But Cody's insisting that he's like, no, I'm gonna do this alone. Then yeah. So then after that, we get the next match, which is Dirty Dom versus Ricochet.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote down. I don't remember who's. Actually, I think it was Pat. We get some Puma references. So
We do.
That was some references to Lucha Underground. Is that? That's what it was called, right?
Yes.
Which was cool. And then this, I think, Ricochet has a little more spice to him, not like heel, but a little edge to him. I don't remember if it was last week after the Gauntlet or if it was this week, but he was like, man, if I would have showed up in the same spot that Sammy was in, I would be going to WrestleMania type of thing. Where it's not full babyface, but it was like, man, if I had the same slot number, I'd be there, blah, blah, blah. So I would say it's a little edge, but not like heel. But yeah, solid ass match, fire. Yeah, I don't remember.
He gets a win, man. Like he gets a win, and that's really big that they are not burying Ricochet, which I don't think you really needed to do that against Dom anyway. But it's solid that it keeps the stock up, man. Like I want to see Ricochet more. Like let's get active, man. It's time to turn shit up.
Yeah.
Do you think Ricochet be good in the tag team? You think like, oh, you put him with a tag team partner like his singles run?
If Braun never got hurt, I was fucking with him and Braun Strowman. I really liked that tag team. Ricochet does need something different. He's essentially been the same character since he came. I mean, since he came to E. So I don't know if that. I'm not going to say, oh, he needs to turn heel immediately, but maybe that would help. He needs something different. I think a tag team would be fucking fire. Because I thought him and Malachi were cool. I remember that was
good, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that 6-way that they had where it was him, Malachi, and Mustafa versus 3 other people. I don't remember, but like that was a cool thing. Yeah, man, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he does need something different. A tag team would be like if Braun Strowman ever came back. I want them to continue that. I thought that was fucking dope. It was such a cool big guy, little guy gimmick, and he stood on his shoulders and did a fucking moonsault with that. Like that shit is fire to me.
Yeah,
I also would mind if he went heel though. But if he went heel, I don't know if I would want him solo.
Like, if he goes heel or face, it's like what direction do you push him in? It's like you're not pushing him in like the Intercontinental picture. He's not on SmackDown, so he's not in the U.S. title picture. I just don't know where you place him. I think you have a legit booking like blockage right now when it comes to like, where are we going to take Ricochet? And I think right now the tag team is the only place where like, depending on how they split the belts up, that's where you're going to find, a lot more opportunities and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. At the moment, yeah, man, yeah. I don't know, but Ricochet's dope. He is a Triple H guy. Triple H fucks with him. Triple H loves him, so he's never going to be completely buried.
No.
Yeah, so we'll see. After that, we get a quick face-to-face with Sammy and Chad Gable.
Yep.
And Chad straight up is like, "You can't beat Gunther," which kind of it's at first, it came off like, oh, this nigga's hating, but
yeah, some hater shit.
But there's a reason. There was a method for the reason, which we kind of find out later. But when Chad said that shit, it kind of had Sammy a little confused, confuzzled about like, why the fuck would he say that to me?
What you mean? I thought we was boys.
Yeah, which that leads to a really cool fucking camera shot where we get one after Gunther, Gable said that we get a whole just single shot of Sammy walking all the way to the back through Gorilla out to the ring, essentially just all one shot, and they do that again a second time that on the show, and it was another unique shot, another experimental shot that they've been doing, and it was fucking awesome. Everyone on the timeline on Twitter and whatever, they loved the shot too, and I was like, yeah, it was a good
shot. Yeah,
it was bad. It was just something we never seen. You know, kept like
Yeah.
Kevin Dunn didn't do shit like that, really. You know, and yeah, it was just
Damn.
more refreshing
Now
shit.
that you mention it, the camera cuts haven't been camera cutting lately. It's been literally like some solid like shots during these matches. Usually
Yeah.
it's like, bro, camera cut, camera cut, camera cut, camera cut.
Yeah,
I'm
every
glad
week
we toned it down a little bit.
ever since he left, every single week they've been adding like a couple new things. You know, we got the graphics with, you know, who's fighting next graphics. You know, we got all these different camera shots, so it's good shit, and it's getting good reception on online, and I'm liking it, so I'm here for it. But yeah, that leads to Sammy going to the ring and having the contract signing with Gunther. And it was just a good back and forth promo. Gunther says this is the biggest match ever. This is one of the biggest matches ever for my historic prestigious title, and Sammy's dressed like a bum. And some other shit. And Gunther was cooking him, and you know, Sammy gave a great baby face promo. And was like, and Gunther's like, man, you don't convince me. I don't believe you can beat me. I don't think you believe you can beat me. And then, you know, Sammy's like, well, look at my eyes and say that or whatever. And Gunther just kind of laughs. I mean, he's to me the real final boss. But yeah, Gunther just laughs it off. He's like, all right, bro. Well, good luck, my nigga. That's essentially what he said.
Pretty much.
And it walked it off. And then
Gunther hit him with the, if you like it, I love it, man. Like, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, and Sammy's like, yeah, you just treat this like an everyday thing in office, but you know, I'm Sami Zayn, blah blah blah. You know, I created a crazy ass WrestleMania moment last year when I beat someone for their record title, and I'm gonna do it this year when I beat you for your record title, which I thought was a good callback and a good I was like, I beat the Usos, I took their title after they broke a crazy reign. I can do the same thing to you, you know, on the same fucking grand stage, WrestleMania. So. But yeah, that
that promo leads into it leads into
Sammy wait.
Oh yeah, Sammy storms out. This is where we get the long shot. He storms from ring back to backstage, and then the camera cuts to Miz and R-Truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so like because Miz and so like then we get the Awesome Truth entrance where Miz is coming out. And it's playing Truth's theme song. It's the remix.
And Truth was like, no, just follow me.
Yeah, no remix.
Yeah, it's like, why did you say that, Biz? Or I mean, maybe that was part of the bit, but that was the one time Truth. That was the one time Truth sounded serious. He's like, this is not a remix. Calm your tits. Hold on,
bro. It's so funny. I felt like the Truth, like, yo, bro, chill. Like, it's cool. I got this. Yeah. You with me, just chill out, yo.
I ain't switching a single motherfucking lyric.
No, just follow my lead, man. Yeah. That gives Awesome Truth versus Shearer. This is actually it's the first video package for Awesome Truth, right? Like this is where they actually acknowledged him as the Awesome Truth.
I believe so. And they talk about, I don't know if it was before the match or after the match, but they talk about how they were a tag team before, but they never won the belts before. When they were a tag team old days. So doing it, you know, this time would be cool. You know, whatever.
And was this a qualifier? Or did this send them to Mania?
This is Mania. This was a qualifier, so they're going to WrestleMania.
Okay.
It was a cool match.
It was a cool, quick match. It was a creative. I say there was a creative finish to this match, to where like how it wraps up is that Truth goes to hit one of the partners in Indus Shear. He catches an elbow and just falls out into the pin.
Mm-hmm.
And without knowing he was in the pin, he gets the 1, 2, 3, and that's how they win. It was a very creative way to do it. And Miz comes in the ring like, "Oh, we won." And Truth is confused, like, "We won? I just got knocked the fuck out." And he sold the elbow really well too. So it was a cool match. One thing I took away is that the team name is Indus Shear, right? That was that's what they're.
It's Indus Shear, which is Indian for tiger. Which makes
them boys
sense.
Athletic as hell. Them boys, they can move. They big as hell. They jumping, spinning, they're agile as fuck. So shout out to them, man.
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my thing within this year. Well, one, I wish they weren't with.
Gender?
Yeah, I don't like that guy. And also, I don't think they should be heels. I think we should go. They should go the not full Bollywood to where it's goofy. Not that Bollywood's goofy. I love,
Nah.
but I think they should be faces. Man. Show person that like you monster heel is it's like it's a thing. It work. I mean, it works to a degree. There's there's some recipes that have been in part of wrestling history throughout, but they've been doing the monster heel shit. Switch it up. Make them big 6'8" ladies men or something. I don't know. I would I don't know. I'm gonna let them be themselves for a while, but if it doesn't start hitting relatively soon, because they've been a thing for a minute now, then it's just like,
They
oh, let's
have,
switch it
but
up.
it's just the way that like, and no disrespect, but it's just the way that like WWE pushes foreign talent. Like it's very cultural, but the thing is that like the American audience doesn't connect to the culture that they're showing, and that's just the stupidity of the American audience, but also just we're fucking in America.
I feel like that's more reason to
I,
make them babyface. Bollywood, niggas love Bollywood.
yeah, but the thing is, I just don't think that like all we know is either villain villain, team that they are, and then Bollywood. To where when we had the Bollywood boys and like they were dancing and having a good time, that's all we really know. To where I think that their character has to transcend like them culturally. I think if they was like, if put hypothetically, if Indus Shear was the people in the fucking bulletproof vests and shit, you're like, oh, this is their gimmick. They're like the enforcer in bulletproof vests, like they're just security
I
guard kind of like
I would
gimmick.
still be
And that it's
confused. Why are these Indian niggas
absolutely,
wearing vests?
but what, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that like it's not tied to them culturally. Like
Right.
it's I don't know. It's like if fuck, bro. I don't know. Like, and I guess that's kind of like WWE's things that they will lean into like you culturally and turn that into a gimmick. And I think there should be
Yeah.
something completely different. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
think
I
all the
just
time we need to be culture for the or use culture as a gimmick.
no, yeah, no, right. I agree with that. And yeah, if you do like, yeah, at this point, I just feel like they should just switch it up, man. Because I don't know, you've already done the heel thing, and it's not getting over. Do something. Try like now is a time to try some other shit, experiment,
If like
and
what if Indus Shear was the maximum model or some shit like that, it's like, oh, okay, this is a gimmick. That's something that you can latch onto a character. I
yeah,
see, like that would be interesting, but like they don't have that. I think that's where they need to get into to like really connect with the crowd.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, they're both really handsome dudes, and I feel like there's more to being a heel than just being big and angry. So it's like
Right.
if you're like, and again, yeah, you don't have to go full culture to where they're when Apollo went Nigerian or whatever. You don't have to go full
Or you
culture
can
like
do
that,
both.
or you can do
They can
both.
be maximum male models, and then like in the ring, it's culture. But whatever it is, we have to have something on the side that we can like connect to.
Yeah, just being big angry dudes isn't working for me. And then
And
being
that's
attached to gender is just uh, mm. He doesn't do anything for me.
really, I like Jinder. I think Jinder's a great heel.
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't do
Fair.
nothing for me. I lost. I stopped fucking with him during his title reign because one, it was boring to me, and then also he said some racist ass shit to Shinsuke Nakamura about being
I
Pikachu
see.
or something. It was some racist ass shit. I was like, what the fuck? Vince obviously wrote that.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like we gotta throw
Oh,
some shit at
he's
VKM, bro.
he's Japanese. They love Pokemon.
What is he?
Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, go out there and call him Ichigo Kawasaki. Like, no, bro. Like, we don't need all that shit, man. What?
Uh,
Go out there and tell him his name is Yusuke Urameshi. Call him Yusuke. Like,
Domo
nah.
arigato, Mr. Roboto. What the fuck? Just some
This
racist
man,
shit.
some racist shit from that man. I
We
will
get a
never forgive him for crime time.
no. We get a quick promo from CM Punk saying you can't spell Philadelphia without Phil.
That's how I feel.
he'll be in Chicago for Raw, and he posted something saying he's planning something special for Mania. So I mean, he'll be at Mania even though he's been injured. We still been getting video packages. He's been at he was at the Vegas thing. So yeah. Anyway, we'll see Phil, but it's they give him a video package, but that sets up for one of Phil's biggest haters, and that's Drew McIntyre, and he comes out.
Wait. I think before that we had the Gable Sammy segment. Okay, he goes and finds Sammy goes and finds him again, and so
yeah, you're right. That was
He says it's. He asked him why he asked him
why'd you say that? Why'd you say
why'd you say that? Why can't I beat him? He says not physical, it's mental. He's like the window of opportunity doesn't happen with him. If you don't change your mentality, you can't beat him.
Yeah,
and he's letting him know beast. Like, yo, bro, it's just, he's different. Like you can't I'm not talking about you beat him physically. It's mentally, bro. He in your head.
Like you're
with you.
Yeah, you're the underdog. Like you always the way you win you win most of your matches by like just having this crazy ass one window of opportunity where you can capitalize on it. But with Gunther, that never happens because he's peak. You can't. There's no weaknesses to this guy.
Man, 99 everything. It's not about the physical. You got to be a little bit smarter when you go against him.
And again, doesn't have Imperium help him. He's like he wins these matches clean. Every single match, every defense has been it's been clean. He's literally just beating the shit out you.
I will say, if Cody does get it, the first motherfucker up has to be Gunther. I need that on my plate for SummerSlam. I need that build, bro. Gunther versus Cody needs to happen 3 times for me. I think that's a classic just waiting to happen.
Should I say make that the Mania match of the next year?
Yeah, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, Rumble, Mania, it don't matter. Let it happen. 4 times a year. I don't care. Different stipulations. I don't give a fuck. But them boys is what's gonna lead your division. That leads into the
right. Oh yeah. So Drew
Seth segment.
Drew comes out, and before he even makes his full entrance, while he's still on the ramp, Seth comes out and dances right past, the ultimate. The mind games is just so peak architect is just the mind games, baby. Yeah, and another thing of just disrespect. The whole time in the promo, when they do get to the ring, Seth turns his back to Drew fucking 10 times. And you're never supposed to turn your back to an enemy, especially in wrestling. In the wrestling business, you never turn to a nigga like Drew, never. But he the whole time before they even start talking, he's he has his back to him. He's not even really look at him. He doesn't give a shit. Yeah, just pure disrespect. The mind games, it's great. I love it.
It's Seth freaking Rollins, man. He really pick his shit up when it's time to time to turn it up. Mania's coming up. You see him getting in his bag. I expect some really good shit from Seth. I feel like there's a lot of open-ended questions, or not questions, but just thoughts on what Seth is going to do. And Seth's really good at hiding that shit. And I believe at Mania we're going to get a lot of answers to whatever Seth's plan overall is in this.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, you're right. It starts off with him saying, "My bad, I didn't see you. I was too busy soaking up the spotlight." Blah. Then he's he breaks it down. He's like, "Man, I don't like you. I think you're stupid, and you say a lot of dumb stuff. But you're right, and I have a confession. I am a spotlight junkie." It's just a lot of petty shit, just good shit. Good
because he sits there. He's like, where Drew's like, why can't the spotlight be about the workhorse title? The workhorse, champion. Why does it have to be about, the bloodline? But then Seth spins it on him. Is like, nah, you a spotlight junkie too.
Yeah.
You want this because you trying to get that moment back from, COVID. And you didn't have it from the people. You had it in a warehouse. Don't get it twisted. You just like me.
Which I loved it. And then Seth breaks it down. He's like, "Look, night one, I'm gonna make the biggest movie star and his side chick my bitches." I was like, "Oh yeah, I love it." And then Drew sounding like a whiny bitch. Seth says, Yeah, yeah. And then everything else I have written down is what you just said about him bitching. Yeah, he said, yeah, you're just bitching and moaning because you're
Yeah,
doing your shit in the warehouse.
he wants the spotlight, and even though the reasons are completely different, Seth wants it to take down the biggest, I guess hierarchy in WWE right now, which is also some sad shit. Is that like, eh, nobody can be bigger than me. I'm the biggest one here, so I'm going to use my talents to help this person take out the biggest fucking
Yeah.
hierarchy here.
Well, yeah, I mean, he said it the other week. He's like, "This isn't your time. This is our time. Like, you go, but you got two Moana movies to make, bro. Like, why are you here?"
It's just very interesting shit to say. When man,
Yeah,
Seth is good, man. He's just really good at what he does. Like he really is like the fucking living definition of I'm gonna show you the left hand, but you're not gonna see this right because I have no idea what the fuck he's doing or what he's planning. I love that about like him in particular, and especially in this angle. I have no guesses, no hypotheses. I have like thoughts, and that's all I got. So yeah, shout out to Seth freaking Rollins for being on his fucking A game.
yeah.
Um,
Before the next match, we got a quick Becky promo. I didn't write any notes down
yeah.
on it. It was
Nah,
good though. It's Becky.
it was just about the match, about how she said
Mm,
all she knows is that she has to be the last woman standing.
yeah,
It was just getting us hyped for the match.
yeah.
Uh, that
And we
leads us to
another tag qualifier, which was New Day
yes
versus
sir,
Alpha Academy.
yes
The
sir.
team of Tozawa and Otis. Another solid ass tag match. Tozawa got a lot of his shit off.
He
Tozawa
did,
he showed a lot of offense, which is good. I
he
mean, because
did.
Tozawa's a great worker. I watched him at Cruiserweight. Speaking of all the other old shit we used to watch, yeah, I saw him first time Cruiserweight Classic. He was awesome. He had a nice little run with the Cruiserweight title for a hot second, being attached to Titus O'Neil for a little bit. Titus Worldwide, I think. Tozawa's a solid worker, and I'm glad he's with Alpha
Yeah,
Academy because it gives him some shit to do instead of walking around being a fucking ninja, more racist shit.
bro, that
Um,
shit was fucking wild too, bro. Like what?
he's
He was a
Japanese.
ninja.
Like it's like this. He's Japanese, man. Like it doesn't. Yeah, just racist. just
Yeah, 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 bro.
it doesn't even make any sense.
Fucking ass. In this match, I was like, man, I haven't seen Otis like really get down in a little bit, and Otis was getting down.
Yeah.
He caught Kof out the air for a power slam, which was fucking crazy. There
Mm-hmm.
was a dope Hurricanrana set up into a senton by Tozawa, which is also fucking nuts.
Yeah, that was nice. That
Um,
sometime.
and then New Day gets the win, of course, and it's from I believe a Woods elbow drop. Was
Yeah, the limit break.
So, and if I'm not mistaken, he didn't do it from the turnbuckle. He walks on the ropes and then hops off and does like the
Yeah,
elbow
yeah,
drop.
sort of like Undertaker's old school. Except for he's not.
Yeah,
Yeah, except for the opponent is on the ground. But yeah, he climbs up the turnbuckle, walks to the middle of the rope for the most part, and then hits him with the elbow. Yeah, it's called the limit. It's either limit break or limit breaker, but Final Fantasy reference. So,
references.
yeah,
Solid.
all their stuff is named after video games for the most part.
What do you mean?
Like all the moves. Like I mean, even like if you look at the New Day, the symbol of the New Day, like it's based off of the um it's based off of Triforce stuff. Like it has some Triforce Easter eggs a part of it. They yeah, most of their moves are named after some sort of video game reference to some degree. Even their even the like the when it's the three of them and they determine which two are fighting, they have a speed version. So if you go if you do speed version, that's Xavier and Kofi. If you do power version, it's Xavier and Big E. And they had a balance version or something like that, which was Kofi and Big E. Like they literally a bunch of nerds. Yeah, a bunch of nerd shit. Yeah,
I did not know that.
yeah. So after that, we get another quick thing. Becky and Liv talk, and Becky's like, "Should I be watching for you?" And Liv's like, "You should always watch for me." Part of her tagline on her shirt or whatever. Um, it was quick, just good luck type of thing.
Yeah, she tells her to go kick her ass,
Yeah. And then we get another quick backstage thing. Cody's leaving. Seth runs into him. He's like, Seth has asked him 1-on-1, and Cody's like 1-on-1. He's like, all right, and then he leaves, and then Seth is like, I love the bandana, Pharaoh. Hold on, goddamn Terminator 2 just showed up.
Yeah. That's funny. I'll be back. That's funny.
And then after that we get the main event, which is last woman standing between the man Becky Lynch and the unresistible, unstoppable force of Nia Jax.
Now, I don't know what they done injected into Nia, but she's been cooking. She's been smoking like everything. Like, I ain't seen her run like this since mixtape Wheezy. Like, she's on a crazy fucking tear right now. All her matches is solid. Promos game has been solid. Selling is good. Like, she is in there fucking shit up.
Yeah. When she got released, I think it was one of the better things for her because she was going through some mental stuff at the time, and yeah, ever since she returned, she feel like she's locked in. She feels, yeah, she's like at least 3 to 5 times better than what she was before she got released. She's great.
Easily.
She looks. I mean, she always looked good, but like she looks good. The curly hair. I'm loving that. Yeah, Nia Jax she's been great.
Mentally, like she's just locked in. Her energy, she wants to be in the ring. Like looks like she's having fun. I hope she's having fun. Yeah, this was a great fucking match, bro.
Yeah, at this time, at this point, I was like starting to get real tired. I don't, but yeah, no, great, a lot of great spots. Super violent for what it was. We got a Samoan drop through a table, which was crazy. It looked crazy. The way that
Samoan Becky drop on chairs.
Yeah, the way Becky wins, which typically
was fucking smoking.
It was smoking, and it didn't look goofy because like the way that it had to be set up, where it was like, you know, Nia was like kind of dazed from the spot previously, and then like she like what's the word I'm looking for? She naturally kind of like walks towards the table, and it doesn't you can tell she's setting up for the spot, but it doesn't seem like, oh, it's time to just walk to this table here, and then now
I'm gonna roll over to the table.
She sold it. She's like, oh, I'm dazed, I'm kind of confused, like, oh, just let me catch my breath on this table real quick, or, you know, type of thing. And then that's when we get to like the leg drop.
The leg drop.
Yeah, it didn't feel goofy like setting up that spot, because it could have been goofy. It could have been eye rolly, but
because it was manhandle slam through the table, and as she's getting over to the table, Becky does a leg drop off the ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bex gets the win, and then after that, Rhea Ripley comes out, and the show ends with the face to face, and as
the
I'm not gonna say that.
Yeah, please don't. Whatever you got, I know it's something insane too. Whatever you sitting on, sit on it. I just have like, do you think that, and this is for like all of wrestling, and doesn't matter what show, but like, do you think tables are overused? Do you think it's quick, like, or easy? What's the word I'm looking for? It's like easy crowd engagers, like, because most of the time people do table spots, and the table spots are not like crazy. And maybe I'm looking for like the synergy in the table spots. Like the 3D table spots are great, and maybe it's just fucking nostalgia. But like Jeff Hardy going through tables and shit like that, like those were fucking dope moments. To where now the table spots aren't set up like that, and people still give them the same pop. So do you think that like table spots are being overused? Do you think they are?
I don't think they're overused because the crowd loves them. Like soon as like
right,
and it's to the point where
that's where this comes from.
Yeah. And it's to the point where even in the video game, if you do any sort of hardcore match or of any kind, you'll grab a chair, the crowd will instantly say, we want tables, which literally happens in real life all the fucking time. It's like, damn bitch, can I hit him with the chair first before you guys beg me for tables? So I wouldn't say they're overused. I would say that they're undervalued. And what I mean by that is that they if we think about this, like, I feel like, how do I word this? They're undervalued in the sense where it's like a nigga can go through the table. Like in the old days, if you went through a table, you were pretty much done for the most part.
Right.
It was something that like took a lot. Like if this was a fucking video game, a fighting video game, you had a health bar. A table would take majority of your health bar, and now it's at the point where, um, I don't know, like the Sting retirement match. Like there was 30 tables in that. There's multiple matches in all companies where there's like multiple tables, and it's like a table should be something to where it
This is my last resort. This is all I
yeah,
got.
I mean, or at least it takes you out of the game for a while. Like if it's a multi-man match, like if it's like a fatal 4-way and one of us gets put through a table, that person should at least be on the ground for at least like 10 to 15 minutes. People shouldn't just pop right up after table spots, in my opinion.
Right.
I think it's a weapon and not like, I think I think the power of the table has been nerfed.
There you go. Then okay, so we're on the same page with that. Is that like it's not as like this was the showstopper. This is the last one. This is like this was going to end the show. Is you going through the fucking table? To where now I'm looking forward to. We're like, okay, if this is a regular table spot, like, well, I know they're gonna get up. So what makes them not get up from this table spot? A double table, a table stacked onto a table, like, and that just becomes more and more unrealistic, and therefore, like, because they nerfed the tables, I know they're like, oh, you're just gonna get up from this shit. Like, I'm not really like excited as I used to be anymore.
Yeah, there's not. I would give a little praise to that one street fight that we had the other week with Escobar versus Carlito, because a spinebuster through the table is what ended the match, and I feel like that's what should have ended the match. We don't. Depending on the gimmick of the match or the stipulation of the match, we don't need. You don't need 5 table spots in one match. I feel like I think it's over. I feel like it nerfs the power of the table. But
you're not wrong. Yeah, and like I said, Rhea comes out after the match for a standoff, and the people on the internet losing their goddamn minds about this one. It's just Rhea doing Rhea shit.
As a
go ahead. Look,
man. As a heterosexual male and an ally to the LGBTQ community, I'm just kind of concerned on why they didn't kiss.
What's God damn you, man? Goodness gracious.
That is a joke, but we all know we know what the timeline was. The timeline was horny. No, but good shit. I did say I was an orthodox feminist on one episode, didn't I, guys? All right.
My
These were jokes. These are jokes.
All right.
But I know my gaze was feeling me. Y'all felt me.
Y'all felt me.
Where my lesies at? Let's go.
Oh, my lesies. Oh, my Leslie's out there. Shout out to y'all. So, people, we're getting to AEW Dynamite.
Dynamite.
So, Dynamite. Oh, okay. Fuck, man, that's funny. It opens up the show with the CEO. She has a little promo where she comes out. She's talking about how she almost had a career-ending injury against Willow. Ends up going over her accolades and what she was doing in New Japan. They threw up a New Japan video package, which is kind of dope. One thing I know is about the New Japan video package. Mercedes gear is fucking fire. She has some dope fucking gear. Like, there was one in particular where she has like the face mask on, and I thought that shit was fucking hard, yo. Like she got the gear for sure.
Yeah, no, she's always had good gear. That's she's. What do you think about this promo? Because I do have a problem. I'm not going to moonwalk what I said last week about giving this 6 months before I say anything, but I do have. I wouldn't say a problem. It's a concern, actually.
Okay. Well, because in the promo, like she's saying, like, oh, there's a price to pay. We miss Mercedes Moné. Julia and the Sky come out to jump Monet. but then Mercedes gets helped by Willow coming out, which is just foreshadowing their fucking street fight that they're supposed to have, I believe. So when you say you have concerns, like what do you mean? What do you got?
Okay. And I'm saying this all super respectfully as possible for the stands out there, because I don't want no beef. But okay, because I used to be a Sasha stan, Sasha Mercedes stan. I still love her. Now, her promo game has never been the strongest. If you were to take
Right.
like the four horsewomen and rank them, she would probably be last in the promo part, but like first in the in ring part or whatever. You know, it depends on,
Yep.
you know, all that. Her promos never been that great. So, and last week, I understand why they did it last week. It was a debut, but why are we doing back to back opening show promos when she's not that? It's not okay. Because I'm trying to say this carefully, because I want I've stated multiple times how I want women to have promos on these shows.
Uh-huh.
I just don't understand why they're doing the same thing that they're like that they did with Punk, that they're doing with her, where like when is she gonna fucking wrestle? I don't need to hear you, like, it's because again, AEW is the place where you're supposed to fight more than you talk. I want people to be good at promos. I want people to get the practice for promos. So I'm not trying to moonwalk any of that back. It's just that you just got here. You don't and like also you're regurgitating the same fucking thing you said last week for essentially. The video package, I feel like I don't know. To me it's concerning because I feel like you're setting her up to fail. And then I have another question that's on top of that question.
So, like, how I see it is that it's the same thing that we saw a couple weeks back that I think it was O'Shea was complaining about. We're not complaining, but just voices opinions on as far as like we don't know who you are, right?
Right.
Now, they could be taken as quite too literal because the world should know who Mercedes Moné or Sasha Banks is, but at the same time, they may not. Some people who are in the E didn't know where she went. They may not know about New Japan and whatnot. So I
Right.
look at it like we're just going to reintroduce you and keep reintroducing you. That way, people get familiar with who you are. She also did a set of like promo earlier that week for different like news stations and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
all those like potential watchers, you want to throw it out there so they're familiar with like the product and whatnot. I think it's more so let's just get her out here and let's continue to build her up. That even though she doesn't need it, let's build her up for the TV audience, for the non-casual fans, for the non-wrestling watchers, because they want to bring in those viewers as well. I was okay with the promo because most of the promo was just breaking down what she was doing before she came to AEW, which is what a lot of people want to know. You were in New Japan. You wrestled Willow. You got injured. You still have some beef with Willow that you guys have to take care of, which sets up, what happened, I believe, later that match or later that night.
There was a point in time where it looked like Willow was going to attack her,
hit her with the chair, yeah,
and then Sasha was like, "Were you going to hit me?" Or Mercedes, excuse me.
Right.
Okay, and everything you said was correct. You know what would have made, or you know what would have fixed that and made that shit like easier to digest and understand, is if during big business or even a little bit before big business, that's when you give us the video package, and then that's when she gives us her opening fucking thing. Because again, I mean, she spoke less than 10 minutes, but it was mostly talking about sort of the shit that she already talked about last week. Except for it wasn't like the G golly, like I'm glad to be here. Now it's like because she talked about Willow last week and how that was her last match, or she said she has unfinished business with her.
But most people don't know about that unfinished business. But I also think that big business itself is more so a homecoming. That was more so the fans getting to welcome and thank you for being back in the business and whatnot. It's more like the what do they call it when you like party and you're drinking before the pregame.
Pregame.
It was the pregame for like, you know, Mercedes Moné, and like this week was supposed to be the actual like, what have you been doing? The wrestling side of it. Like last week was getting to know you. It's about, or not getting to know you. Last week was that we're excited to see you. We're excited that you're here. Like, you know, your family's here. It's in Boston. You're back in the wrestling world. This week is letting us know about, you know, your previous endeavors, what you've been doing, what's your goals, what you want to do, that kind of thing. And like you said, the promo was like, she's always been rocking the promos. The promos have been rocky, but I think being out for 2 years and not doing promos in Japan either will kind of do that for you. So
She was doing
hopefully,
promos in Japan. They just not that good.
hopefully we can work on something a little bit better. She has her girl over there to help her out with like, you know, the creative side of it. So I think we're in for like some really like good shit later down the line.
Anyone can write something. It's about
delivering it.
It's about delivering it. Like Stephen King could write her a good ass promo or monologue, but if you can't deliver it, then it's stuck on it.
Yeah, but the thing is that like in just in like a music sense for me, I guess, is that like that can be, it works both ways, to where Usher could write me a song and I may not be able to sing that shit, but you know, he could pass it off to, you know, Janae Aiko and she can blow it up. So no matter what you do with who writes the promo, how they want them to say it, it can go either way. Inside the, we said you had a question on top of the question though. What was your question on top of the question?
All right. You've been watching AEW this in its whole tenure for the most part, right?
For the most part, yeah.
For the most part, okay. All right. So I'm assuming you're aware of some of the shoot style promos the talent likes to do, as far as, you know, bringing in real life things into the promos and stuff like that, which, you know, some people, it can hurt some people's feelings and shit, like, or throw them off guard, right. Like what Hangman said to Phil about Copeland, or, you know, just, I mean, everyone does shoot promos for the most part. Now, as far as the women's locker room goes, there's been multiple accounts of bullying from people, like Thunder Rosa got bullied and shit, and almost got jumped by Britt and Hayter, allegedly. Lufisto got fucking attacked online by the locker room when she was just saying like, oh, this is, you know, when she was stating like her experience from being there. What happens based off of the first question, because like I said, Mercedes isn't the best on the promo mic or on the mic. What happens when a Brit comes with some fire and be like, are you, you know, and brings up like the shit that happened at the E, or brings up her relationship with her maybe ex-husband or whatever? You think she gonna handle that? Are you in like, because again, it's like I was saying last week, there is no, we have no I'll give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but what is stopping her from doing what CM Punk did, or anything like that?
What I can say, and I'm just speaking off of what I've seen, is that they're all friends anyway. If I'm not mistaken, they were all taking pictures like a week or 2 weeks before she even popped out. I don't know what event they were at, but like all of them were taking pictures. I think there was like Britt was taking pictures with Naomi and Bailey, and like they're all connected with each other.
It might have been the Super Bowl. I think it was the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think it was Super Bowl, and they were talking to each other beforehand. So these people can communicate with each other before you even do some kind of like shoot promo stuff. At least that's what I would think, right? And at the end of the day, like it's all like, yo, we're trying to make money. Like at the end of the day, we ain't gotta like each other, but shit, we're gonna make our bread and do our shit. We're still professionals at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, and they're tenured professionals at that. If there is any issues, I would assume that they would handle it how they handle it, you know, maybe talk to each other. I'm pretty sure Britt probably did. I don't know, I'm not speaking on like their situation, but I'm pretty sure that the issues that you could have had with a Thunder per se, y'all probably talked it out. It probably took a little bit too long to talk it out, but y'all talked it out, squashed it a little bit. I would assume that like you learn from that and try to like, you know, move forward. AEW in this conception, there was a lot of like, you know, egos, a lot of like, yo, I'm trying to be the next up. A lot of people thought that they would come to AEW and be stars. Some people did, some people didn't. But at the end of the day, I think people got to realize, and I think they did realize, that the ecosystem is better with AEW in it. And once you took the egos out of it, out of both men and women, and promoters and bookers or whatever. It just worked out. So I don't think, to go back to your question, I don't think that that's gonna happen. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, they're professionals. You done been in locker rooms. You done been at jobs where you don't like nobody. Like, you
Yeah,
just
but
gotta
not
make it work.
not everyone's professional. I mean, look at the. I mean, Punk was trying to have a meeting with the Bucks, and they just never wanted to meet with him. And then fast forward, we get Wembley.
But and
And
even with that, we still don't know how all that went down either. Though, like,
no,
I don't know who was right or wrong in the situation. I just know what
all
the
of them.
internet is telling me. You see what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know what it started. I don't know how it started. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
But I do know that men are probably some of the most emotional like people in the fucking world, more so than women when it comes to like personal beefs and shit like that. So, with that being said,
Ooh, look at
I
you
think
being a
that the women,
feminist.
I think the women would handle a little bit better than the men's.
Look, I hope so. That like I'm not. Yeah, I don't want anything to happen. That was just a concern because,
No, I don't think it's
like,
gonna
I
happen.
mean,
I hope it does happen.
because yeah, no, like, I mean, it's certain whatever name you want, but what if someone was like, yeah, that's I heard you're fucking Callisto, and that's why your dog is ugly, and you had to go to Japan because something else or whatever. Or I heard you were crying, but the tech, like I don't know. I feel like the moment someone brings some real shit, I guess I want to see how she reacts because again, AEW like people do some shoot promos. They bring up some real life. Fucking MJF talked about Lexus King. So all your dad's a junkie or whatever, blah blah blah. Shit like that. So
A lot of that is like a lot of that is okayed beforehand though. I think we would hear a lot. I think we would hear a lot of like more I don't like this person based on what they said if people didn't ask for like permission for shit like that. I think if Hangman had went to Punk was like, yo, I'm gonna say this shit just to let you know you might not like it, but this is what I'm gonna say. It would have handled he would have handled it differently. He still would have been pissed off, but the fact that he knew it was coming would have been a different outcome.
yeah.
But
Yeah, and then I
when
mean, yeah, but I mean, like, okay, how about another example, real quick, and then we can go on. When Edge had his fucking promo against Ricky Starks, Adam Copeland. Granted, I don't
you call
remember.
that nigga the Rock,
Yeah, he was like, "You're like he like whatever." I can't remember what Ricky said before that, but you could tell that Edge wasn't used to that kind of shoot, and like that was his rebuttal. It wasn't good, and you could just see it. Like, even I mean, he's an actor, so he's good at facial expressions, but you could tell by the voice, like, oh, he wasn't ready for whatever Ricky said, and like that's why he's like, oh, well, man, you're just a vanilla midget, The Rock or whatever. I'm like, so
yeah,
I'm just worried, like, if someone says some scathing heat to her, how is she going to react? That was just that's just my concern.
Yeah, I think that they like would have. I think in particular the women's division knows that they're on the cusp of something really fucking great.
Yeah.
I think that we would have conversations about shit like how who am I working with? What you gonna say? Let's go out there and like let's work this because it is important. Like the women's division has to get it off the ground. Like right now, I like the women's division a lot, but the world doesn't feel that way. So we can't afford to have hiccups. We can't afford to like be fucking beefing and shit when we're getting outbeat in the E or in TNA or Stardom. Like when you compare those three rosters of women, like AEW might not have it. So
You should even ROH, and it's the same company.
you see what I'm saying? Like ROH is like killing shit. So like they don't have any
company.
room to fuck up. So like they know what time it is. So hopefully it's like she said, big business, and we gonna fucking blow this bitch up. That leads into the first match of the night, which is Eddie Kingston versus Okada for the Continental Championship. I saw the stipulations for this one is that like the Continental Championship has certain rules that are different than the other titles. So we're like this one, there is no interference for this. There's no interference to be had. It's just 1-on-1. The champion also, if they make it until November, they go into the tournament to defend the said belt, and they are crowned the belt if they win the championship of that tournament. So basically, in layman terms, no interference. The title is up for grabs during the tournament again, and if you win the tournament, you get the title. That's it. So I would expect Okada to hold on to this belt until November, even longer if need be. and he'll be one of the main attractions in the Continental Classic tournament, which this year wasn't that bad.
Isn't that tournament connected with New Japan, or am I thinking of a different tournament?
I don't know if there was New Japan talent in the Continental Classic. I could be wrong. Anywho, in this match, a lot of chops in this. You know, your favorite chopping style was also in this match too.
Yeah. Love it.
Crazy neck breaker from Okada when he had like Eddie upside down. Okada playing into like the heel roll, gouging eyes. Match ends up or it finishes with a Rainmaker against Eddie. Okada defeats Eddie. Personally, I think it's a good move. I thought it was kind of early that he got it, but I understand that you want to start off hot. You want to carry like, you know, you want to have some what's the word? Some clout on the Continental title. Plus Eddie had the ROH title too, so you can't defend both at the same time. I mean, you could, but
he has three.
It's probably a lot of work.
Didn't he have three?
He has three belts. Yeah, he has three belts.
Triple crown.
Yeah, he's triple crown. So there's a lot of gold on Eddie. As Okada's winning was funny that he thought the pyro was somebody coming out and it was just celebration pyro. I thought that shit was fucking hilarious.
Didn't communicate with him.
Yeah. He was
okay, how do you feel?
He was looking confused.
Okay. All right. How do you feel about him going after this title? And I'm asking that because Okada is essentially, and maybe I'm, and you know, if I'm wrong, someone can correct me. But essentially, he's essentially like Japanese John Cena, Roman Reigns. Like that's how big he was in Japan. That's how and that's how good he is in the ring as well.
Right.
You bring him in, you hang him out, you pair him with some losers, and I mean that 100%. And then you have him go after a title that isn't that important as far as like if we're ranking the importance of titles. Do you think that's a good decision? Because one way to look at it is like, okay, yeah, you know, it's just one way to look at it is, you know, something easy. It's not a big deal or whatever. The other way to look at it is, why would someone who is one of the biggest signings, who is rumored to have a crazy ass payday, go after this title instead of the main title? It makes or a different title. It makes those other titles seem less important. Is some of the argument I've been seeing, and I'm just curious on your take.
Once again, it's the O'Shea thing. It's like nobody knows who the fuck you are. We know because we're in tune with the game. We understand who's coming over. We understand the promotions and stuff like that. But the average American doesn't know who Okada is. And on top of that, what's a great way to build up prestige for your newly, you know, formed title than giving this to somebody like that. He's going to carry it, have some great matches with somebody, have some great rivalries, and you build up this history with it. I don't think that he's going to hold it for a long time, but I think he's a good like jump starter to get this belt to where it needs to be. They said they want it to be as high as like right under the AEW like championship. So what better way to do that than with, you know, Okada and not have him like completely intervene in like the AEW title picture, which is also really convoluted right now with Joe and him and Swerve and shit like that.
Okay, yeah, I must have missed them saying that they want it to be the higher.
Yeah, they're trying to bring it up. Yeah,
okay.
And they're trying to bring it higher than like the belt that Roderick Strong has, and right in between that and the AEW belt.
So then where's TNT?
Yeah, that's probably under Roderick Strong's. The team, like,
God damn,
wait, who's
Copeland just won the TNT. Wasn't it this show?
yeah. Right, I would say right under, right, maybe not under, but right next to Roderick Strong's. That's how I feel. Yeah. Cause it even like in my notes, I said like I thought it was mad early to do it, but I understand like you're trying to like build up everything. He'll probably have a title match for Dynasty, and going off of who came out, because Pac ends up interrupting his celebration and coming out. I'm pretty sure him and Pac will have a match at Dynasty. if that's like where
I
they want to
think
go
I
with
think
it.
that's next week, or not Dynasty, but I think that match,
Let's let me see. Okada versus Pac. It might be set up for uh next week.
which that should
I'll
be,
check it out later.
yeah, that should be a good match.
Um,
That should be a good match.
but yeah, that should be a fucking smoker. That should be fucking hot. Uh, we then get a Swerve segment where he comes out, he has a chain and everything. He lets out what its intentions are, which is going after the AEW championship. Um, he's unfortunately Swerve has a history of choking people out with the chain. He sets up an open challenge for later on during the night. Next up, after that, we get a Stoke Stat Willow promo where Willow's saying that she's done more street fights than most of the women on the roster. She's a completely different Willow with the weapon in her hand. Mercedes interrupts and says, She says hi to Stoke or says hi to Stat, ignores Stoke, and it says Willow's done enough. So they're definitely building Willow versus Mercedes. I don't know when that's going to happen, but that's probably where they're going with that.
I want to see Mercedes versus Stoke, man.
Which, I mean, that's the climb. I think that you climb through Willow and then you face Stat afterwards. I think you want to work with somebody who you've worked with before, just to kind of get like reacclimated to the game and shit like that. We then get Hook versus Lionheart.
Bro, what the fuck was this match, bro?
Oh,
wait. When the fuck has he been calling himself the cold-hearted handsome devil? I'm the fucking handsome devil.
that's been a thing. It's been a thing for a long time.
I must have thought they were talking about me. I have a handsome devil tatted right on my chest. Ain't that a bitch?
He said they was talking about me. No, yeah, he's been the cold-hearted handsome devil for a long time now. And I just thought that you was a Hook fan. I was like, man, that man's dedicated.
I am a Hook fan. No, this was it's a Rock Lee reference from Naruto.
Huh? Didn't know. That's funny.
Yeah, like because I always called myself the handsome devil of the Northwest. He was the handsome devil of the Leaf Village. I can't believe I fucking missed that. Man, I might have to get me a Hook shirt, man.
Hook is tight.
Hook is tight. I need him to go to NXT. Anyway, this match. I need you to tell me what the fuck this match was because I mean I know what
when
it
I
was.
was watching it. When I was watching, I'm not even gonna hold you. When I was watching, I was like, "This is just a lot of suplexes, a lot of T-bones, Germans, like a shit ton of Germans." There's more. He was dropping jerk on his head, just fucking dropping this man. No, not dangerously, people. He wasn't literally dropping jerk on his head, but there was a lot of suplexes. Ugh, fuck. I thought watching this match, I think Hook has to incorporate something else. I think I said it before, but he needs something else to his game. The suplexes are great, but there's nothing in between the suplexes. It's not like he's striking it up. It's not like he's targeting an area. Like I need something. I need something to be a focal point for like the way his wrestling style is. Because right now it's just Germans, T-bones, red rum. That's it. In this match, he gets put in the walls. He ends up rolling the walls up into a pin. And the announced team says this is possibly Hook's first pin win. I personally,
nigga, what? Okay, all right,
yeah,
all right, hold on, okay, fuck that part. I hear what you're saying about his moveset. Again, that's one of the reasons I want him to go to the PC. Honestly, I want everyone to go to the PC and then just send them back. This should just be like just a global training. Like, let's get these niggas trained. And then everybody like it could just be the shop where everyone goes. Doesn't matter what the promotion it is. Just come here, get some bumps, learn some different shit, get some practicing since you can't have TV matches anyway. But anyway, that's a pipe dream. I'm fine.
Hard dungeon.
I'm fine with the suplex. If they want to book him like a baby Brock Lesnar with a Suplex City, that's fine. Sure, whatever. But how is this how is this insurrection baby mama built ass nigga going to say that I'm putting over talent and you got worked this entire match just to lose to a roll up? That's not putting. That's, I mean, yeah, Hook won, so he gets the rub or whatever. Like we can use all the fucking wrestling innuendos we want, but that's not that's not that's like you're not fully put him over. Like that's not you don't get worked an entire match and then you just lose to a schoolboy. That isn't it's like, not a like the reason why one of the reasons you don't like roll ups is because it's not it's a win, but it's not a definitive win. It's not
right.
It's not like so
I hate it.
It's not you're not putting the nigga over if it's just a quick roll up and you're all fine. But we just watched you get suplexed for fucking 15 minutes in all sorts of different fashions. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Trust
me, I get it. I hate it, bro, because like it doesn't. You're trying to put somebody over, but like the way to put him over would have been, oh shit, he slept Jericho. Like Jericho's sleeping, or Jericho tapped, or something.
Take a clean loss.
But I was also from the jump saying like I don't like the idea of Jericho working with Hook. Like I said numerous times, I think Jericho just take a little break. But I understand that he's trying to put people over. This one, I just don't know if it hit for me.
He tries to put people over in 5 month feuds per every rival.
Okay, yeah, Jericho's pushes are so long.
There hasn't been a single person who's had a feud with him who's gotten over. MJF is the only person who survived. He's not over. Takeshita.
You think Takeshita's not over?
Takeshita's over, but he just lost to Ospreay. He wasn't here this week. He's still not doing anything. So that win
he's scheduled next week. I think he Swerve. Yeah, him and Swerve is next week. He's not gonna win that, but like him and Swerve is definitely next week.
He's over, but it's not like you could. I mean, the crowd can cheer for you all they want and shit, and that's what you want. But it's.
I wouldn't say Takeshita's overness is because of Jericho though.
If you can't leave a feud and still be. If you leave a feud, and especially if it's a good, like a crazy feud or a blood feud, you should leave better than the way you came out, as far as like popularity and as far as match time and all this other shit. Like anyone who he's feuded with, like they end up in obscurity, except for like Moxley and MJF. And did he have a feud with Kenny? And then also the fucking. Did. All the people in his teams. Think about both factions.
No, I'm looking. I'm thinking like in my head, like Hobbs, Ricky, Sammy, like everybody he was really connected with really didn't benefit from like Jericho.
They just plateaued.
They benefit from the TV time. Like they benefit from being on TV, but like their character hasn't like risen. And that could also just be a booking decision too. But like, there's definitely a lot of people who should be in better situations. I think Hobbs should be in a way better situation. I love Will Hobbs. I agree to a certain extent. I definitely agree for sure.
Bro, he needs to go on tour. Bro, speaking of him, did you see the video that he released? I'll say it's this week, whatever, of him proving that he can sing.
No,
nigga, it is terrible. It will hurt.
It will hurt. Oh, that's
he's just funny. Like sitting in front of just like how our video is right now, just screaming, like singing, and bruh, it is bad.
Nah,
if I can find it, I'll put it in the chat. It's just go on tour. I don't know, man.
Well,
and this Lionheart shit, I regret even saying I want him to come out to different shit. Because now I feel like a part of
and that's the thing, he did. He came out with a different video package, different music, and all that.
Yeah, second time in a week. I regret saying anything, and I feel like the reason why he's doing it is to prove that his theme song isn't the most over part about him, and it is.
It is.
The theme song is why people like you right now. Because other than like, no one likes you. I mean, we have like, he has not been liked since at least year 2 of AEW. Ever since the MJF feud, he's been slowly going to like just sucking the fucking life out of people like Shang Tsung and just trying to.
I want to know what kind of creative control Jericho has. I wonder what he has the ability to say yes and no to. Because some of like you always tell when a segment is a Jericho led segment because it just feels like a slow stop in like the motion of the show. And I don't mean to like shit on nobody, but it's like I just feel like anytime he like
I'll put a
it's
whole Vince
Jericho's a
McMahon on his
Jericho
chest.
moment, it's really fucking like slow. So goodness gracious, yo.
Shouldn't have said that.
Like it's too late now. It's out there. That shit is there.
Hey,
Fuck.
Where was your wife at January 6th? You have him answer me that.
Oh fuck! You know what the funny thing is that I went to the AEW show. I think it was last year, and that shit was on January 6th. So now every time I think about it, I was like, "Where were you at January 6th?" Man, I was at AEW show, and Jericho was there too, which is funny. Anywho,
yeah. All right, let's
away from January 6th, we got Undisputed Kingdom promo. Cole gives Wardlow or tells Wardlow's new goal is to make sure the goal stays in Undisputed Kingdom. So he has to protect the Ring of Honor tag belts and protect Roderick. That's what Cole's goal is for him. And I see you itching. Hold up. I see you itching. I see you itching. Hold up. Cole says Wardlow failed and he only had one job, which was to get the title and give it to him. Now his job is to protect the titles, and then maybe they'll forgive him. Says he's saying it because he cares about you. Says he wants him to reach his potential before threatening him. He says he wants him to reach his potential, and then before, or after that, he says, or he threatens him to not screw it up. So he wants to reach his potential and not screw anything up. Once again, Undisputed Kingdom promo is just not working for me. We talked about it multiple times before, but you need your top villain in this to be active. Hopefully Cole is getting on the mend. Hopefully we can get him in the ring soon, because if not, this is going to be a very slow burn. And I just don't think that it fits the trajectory where AEW is going as far as like, the hype. You're on the up with Mercedes. You're on the up with Okada. You're on the up with Ospreay. You're on the up with Joe and Swerve. Like, you have to continue this momentum, and I understand you want this shit to pop off, but it cannot pop off without Adam Cole in the driver's seat, and it has to be more than just promos. If you don't come out in the next 3 to 4, 5 weeks and hit somebody with a chair or some shit to get this shit back up, or get it up in general because it hasn't been up, it's going to be a very rough build.
Yeah, they should just break up. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't even know why Wardlow's back. Like, why aren't you selling cars, my nigga?
Goodness gracious. Yeah.
You're cooked. You're done.
We're moving.
There's no returning there's nothing. He can't go back.
They killed this man's momentum, bro. I don't know why.
And you got a person, you got a for lack of a better term, you have a crippled ass motherfucker bossing you around, making you a bouncer now, bro. If you don't,
hey Hunter, come post this nigga,
bro.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
No, I want my trades. Free Warlow, free Hobbs.
I want my trades.
Free Statlander, free Malachi.
Oh fuck.
Man, this is like, he was supposed to be baby Batista, and
literally, like, you have it all. I don't know, bro. We've talked about my love for Wardlow. I love Wardlow. I love what he does. And I told you he fits better in the E, but we'll see where the fuck this shit goes. We get a Jericho segment.
Boy for the Jaguars by next preseason, bro.
He don't deserve that.
He don't deserve what he's getting right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would be different if like Wardlow was fucking up. It would be different if this was him dropping people on their head and he's a bad performer. But none of this shit is his fault.
I feel like he's being punished. Like, at this point, I feel like he's being punished.
It makes no sense to me. And maybe like he just came back. Maybe it's his workload, what he's comfortable with. I don't fucking know. We just gotta wait and see. Or I'll be here waiting and seeing. I'll be tuning in and telling you what the fuck's going on.
I will pray.
We get a Jericho segment. Jericho puts Hook over, and it says he has a proposition for Hook next week. So Hook Jericho will continue next week. You'll probably get a tag team. And if you get a tag team, I'm going to lose my fucking mind because this is how it always works. It's a tag team of some sort. It's a new name. It drives me fucking insane. It's going to be Jira Hook or Hookako. I don't know. I don't need it no more, okay? Just
Hookako is wild.
Oh fuck. With the Osprey segment for the rough.
I have a question. As far as the tag teams, because there's a tournament, right?
Fuck, you are not wrong. Yes, there's a tag team tournament coming up, and that's probably what's gonna. Fuck, bro.
Okay, because Hookako's happening. My question was is everyone in the tournament already in the tournament?
No, I don't think they announced people. Oh wait, no, there is a bracket because House of Black lost to the Infantry last week. Also, Infantry is a tag team in Ring of Honor between Sean Dean and somebody. I forgot his name, but they're a really dope tag team. I like their logo. It reminds me of Dipset. And I think I'm gonna get a shirt because it reminds me of Dipset. But there is the bracket for the tag team titles in AEW. Let me look at it real quick. See here. Yes, perfect. It was on last reported. It hasn't been filled out, but it was started with the Bucks, Private Party, Undisputed Kingdom versus what looks like probably Best Friends. There was a wild card round between House of Black and Infantry. Infantry ends up winning that. They face FTR next. And then it was Ricky Starks and Big Bill versus Top Flight. So, yes, all the teams have been accounted for.
I wonder what this proposition is.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not a tag team, thank God. It still could be. I don't fucking know.
He's probably asking to fuck his wife. He's a cuck. Cuckako. That's what you call it. All right, I'm done.
I can't stand you, bro. I can't do it no more, man. What the fuck? This man's just said he's probably to cuck his wife. I need you to fucking relax, nigga. Fuck. You're gonna Osprey segment.
I apologize.
Shout out to the bruvs.
Bro.
He says Daniel can't walk in his shoes, which is weird because he was a star in the place. Or Daniel said that he couldn't walk in Osprey's shoes. Osprey says it's weird because I was a star in the place that he wanted to be, hinting at Japan. Says he couldn't fit in Daniel's shoes because they were too small. Osprey says he elevated Japan wrestling, while Daniel was doing shit over here. Little shots.
You're quoting him right, but you're not quoting him right. You gotta be.
What you mean?
I'm a big star in Japan, bro. You couldn't fit my shoes, bro.
I just told this man to relax. I did.
Yeah, you did.
Not even like 30 seconds ago.
I'm sorry.
This nigga came out with the most Kentucky English accent I've ever seen in my life.
You can only understand every 4 words he says.
This nigga was this oh my god, bro. Bruv. That's just fucking funny. I ain't gonna lie, like it's like his accent is crazy. It took me off guard, but I'm lucky that like it don't bother me that much, and this man can wrestle his ass off. So
it's a lot better than what it is. Gallus. Have you ever heard Gallus talk in NXT?
No.
Oh my gosh. It's a lot worse, man.
Oh fuck. Anywho, we get Shibata versus Osprey next week on Dynamite, which is just not a tag or a throw, but like that's who Daniel's last opponent was with Shibata. It was a double match in Collision. I did check that out. So Osprey Shibata next week on Dynamite. We get a tag match between Toni Storm, Mariah May versus Perazo and Thunder Rosa. It made me. I forgot that like Thunder was the last champion before Toni Storm. Like she had dropped the belt because she was injured. So I completely forgot like the history between like just that. because that's when AEW was doing the whole like when you
And
get injured, you don't drop the belt. You have
yeah,
interim.
the interim shit.
Yeah,
Well,
which
yeah.
is confusing as fuck.
Oh, it was
For
stupid
me.
as all fuck. It was stupid as hell. And yeah, no, and then technically Tony wasn't the last one because there was Jamie Hayter, Paige won, Sheeta won it twice at some point. Yeah, no, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah. Well, anywho, she's Thunder's whole thing is that she never lost the belt. She had to drop it. And so it's up as a tag match. My notes in this is that I'm still loving Peraza's style. Like I think she's a really dope wrestler.
yeah,
It's definitely grown on me for sure. I think they're leading to a Thunder Deanna kind of like beef because Thunder ends up tagging herself in and securing like the win. Like there's like a roll up that Thunder does, and that's how they get the win. And Peraza's looking at Thunder some type of way, like, "Yo, what the fuck are you doing?" kind of thing. So hopefully we get Peraza versus Thunder. I think that's great for the women's division. It also frees up like any potential like rematches or situations with Tony because I don't know who's actually beefing with Tony right now. I don't know what the new angle is.
Well, I thought I thought Deanna was getting a rematch.
Is that on Dynasty? Let me double check. I could be wrong.
And then also, I would this was the first time Tony got pinned in this match, and this is their first time getting pinned in a while.
This is true. That definitely happened.
And since it was Rosa, they might try to make it a triple.
I don't think they have the match cards announced just yet. All they have right now is Ospreay versus Danielson, from what I've seen. I think it should be more than that though. They've been talking about matches or talking about fucking feuds. No, that's it. Yeah, the only one is fucking Daniel versus Ospreay. And then like the fucking tag team championship final. So the two finalists in that tag team tournament will be on Dynasty as well. We get Swerve's Open Challenge, which is against Butcher from Butcher and the Blade. I love that tag team. I think they're really dope. But this was a competitive squash. Swerve also debuts a new submission move, which is like they say it's a short arm scissor. It was kind of clean. I liked it. It's led to his first submission win, which is just a little foreshadowing that he's learning new techniques for Joe, trying to bring some submission to like the submissioner or submissionist, which we all know that don't really work. You can't beat somebody at their own game. You're gonna have to play them at how you play them. And also made me think that do we see Joe tap? I don't think Joe gonna tap. I don't think I've ever seen Joe tap. He just happened, but I can't remember when it's happened.
I don't think Swerve is winning.
And I'll be cool with that too. Like, I don't think Joe's reign. I think Joe's reign as AEW champion has been really good, just for his ability to make it or to keep it relevant. Dude's mic skills is fucking insane. He can wrestle his ass off. I think you're in a good spot for this person to carry the fucking belt. I don't think my tone's changed. I want Swerve to win. I'm okay if he still does, but I still think the business will be better with Joe as the champion. It's a competitive squash. He ends up going to a promo to where he talks about everyday things about wrapping Joe's neck with the chain. Unfortunately, he ain't got enough chain for Joe's big ass neck. Claims he's going to check out security every week until Joe gives him what he wants. Joe enters, says he beat him at Revolution, and he's been shoved back down the championship ladder. Says Swerve's problem is that he still believes that the impossible is possible. You still believe that if you stood toe-to-toe with me that you can box with the God. And once again, Joe is barring this man the fuck up. And the problem is that the belief problem is that like these people give you like the belief and the hope that you can do it. But the belief becomes infections, and now you got these people believing that you can do it too. And so he ends up confronting Swerve in the ring, says he's gonna give him what he wants. Don Callis enters, and that sets up the fucking Konosuke versus Swerve for next week because he says, hey, it seems that you and Konosuke got the same record. You lost. How about you beat my boy to see who gets to face Joe next? The funny part about this shit is that there was a moment where Don Callis comes out and Tony Schiavone says the most fucking hilarious shit ever. He said, I didn't know that. He said, there's roaches in the building. I didn't realize that. I was like, man, this man called him a roach on national TV in the most slickest way possible, and it was fucking hilarious.
I'm not lying.
Callis says that I guess when you're in Swerve's house, you can just book your own title matches. And then he says strikes meant Takeshi and Swerve have the same amount of wins. And so he thinks that they should lock it up. It's not Swerve's house. It's the Don Callis family's house, which Swerve then accepts with the match. And we're good to go for next week's Dynamite. This sets up the main event, which is my match of the week. The I Quit match between Christian Cage and Adam Copeland, formerly known as Edge, was a really dope fucking match. Crazy pop from the Toronto crowd. Makes sense. It's the home crowd. I'm a sucker for the moments when they do this shit in AEW all the time. Or not all the time, but it happens organically where the entrances will happen. They'll cut the music and the crowd's still singing your song. That shit is fucking tight to me. And I think that's just the music producer in me that resonates with the crowd so much. And people know the song from fucking WWE. I'm not saying they know it from AEW, but I'm just saying, like, to have the crowd regurgitate your shit back to you is fucking tight to me. I don't know why I love that shit. I just think it's really fucking dope. And he gets that moment from the crowd at home, from his friends, his family. I bet that probably felt fucking spectacular for him. It's the same thing that like happens with Seth. When Seth comes out and they do the O's, or when Shinsuke comes out and people doing with Shinsuke shit too. I love that shit so fucking much. Christian comes out and Christian's signs are funny because the people in the crowd, they got a sign that says, "I need a father." Like, that's like, it's funny as fuck to see that people take like this gimmick so seriously and they just have fun with it. This is definitely a solid moment.
They should do the Christian orphanage thing.
Christian orphanage be nuts, bro. Like, that'd be fucking, like, as a gimmick, as like a group, the Christian orphanage like would be fucking wild. Just fatherless men. Yeah. It's definitely like a big moment for AEW because I know like they're trying to build their catalog, they're trying to build moments, and this was a big like. This is gonna be one of those matches that when somebody retires, they're gonna pull up the Christian Cage, Adam Copeland match, and the fact that it wasn't saved for a pay-per-view, which is dope. You got this on cable TV. They start off with a little funny like segment where it's a hockey segment where Cope snatches the jersey off of a fan in the crowd, puts it on Christian, and they fucking hockey punch each other. It wasn't meant for me, but this is a Toronto thing here. The crowd popped for it. They loved it.
It was nice.
It goes to break, and back from break, Cope has a ladder out. Does a mean ladder spot on the announce table. Ladder then gets moved to the ring, and this is something I haven't seen before, where he flips the fucking ladder upside down to where it's like in a V shape, right? Front suplexes the man inside the ladder, and the ladder snaps up. Super fucking cool spot. I've never seen it done like that before. I haven't seen it done, period. I thought that was kind of fucking tight to see.
Yeah, it's cool. I feel like I have, but I don't know, so I'm gonna just say I haven't.
It probably has happened. I think I've seen most shit in wrestling. I would hope, but I was expecting you to throw your best friend into a fucking upside down ladder. Like, I would have think that there's some shit that like we talk in the back, like, hey, you know I got this injury, don't crush my ribs up. But fuck all that, I guess. Let's see, where's my notes at? Yeah, it's some mid table spots. And this kind of goes back in reference to me asking about table spots. It was like, it was cool. It wasn't like the greatest. And maybe it's just because I'm over table spots in general until I see something fucking crazy. Hey, throw some lighter fluid on that bitch. Throw that bitch on fire. I don't know.
I don't need to see that. We just saw.
I don't know, man.
A fire table just happened like 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
And the thing is, when the fire table spots happen, they be so fucking butchered. Just you're right. Don't do
which is why, this is not do it. Matter of fact, speaking of that, because I think it was on Rampage, we had a women's street fight or whatever. Because they talk about Willow. We should stop doing tack spots, at least as often. Why are they in
as
every
often?
Single, as often?
Yes.
Like, we don't need tax in every single street because tax was just used the other week too. It's like
I agree.
It doesn't need to be
I
used
hold.
every hardcore spot or every street fight. Like,
And if that was the case, I know you motherfuckers thinking about this shit at least weeks in advance. Like you could be like, hey, we'll save the tax spot for the women. That way the women can have a fucking tax spot. But we don't need to have tax spots in every fucking hardcore street fight. It's all
no,
right.
I mean, and I don't want to make this a E versus AEW thing or whatever, but I feel like honestly, I feel like it's a veteran thing as far as like because old heads in AEW will say the same thing also. Like an Edge or a Christian will say the same thing also for the most part. This match might not be the best example, but sometimes less is more. Like if we think about the Becky and Nia Jax street ladder match or street fight match, that was or last woman standing, that was violent as fuck. And it still got the point across and it still was a fire ass match.
right.
Like, sometimes less is more. Again, we can talk about the Darby spot again. Like, was extremely unnecessary.
Right.
Like the match, everything could have went just as crazy.
The match would have been great without the spot.
I mean, if you would have landed on somebody, it would have been different. But just doing a spot to do the fucking spot and possibly die. No, it's a stupid spot. It's making me angry again. This man upsets me. Another thing. Okay, tangent. Okay, it was known for a year that he was going to do this Everest trip. Like even after Revolution, he said, "I'm going to leave to go do this Everest trip." So why does he need to be written off with the injury angle? Just go. You stupid, you idiot. You broke your foot. You broke your foot the day before you're supposed to leave. All he had to do was cut a passionate promo saying, this might be the last time y'all see me. I might die. If I don't, y'all see me soon. Love y'all. Peace, love, my hair grease. Skateboard for life or whatever bullshit this guy says. I don't know. That just pisses me off. It's just bad logic. It doesn't make any sense. If everyone knows you're going to leave, you don't need to be written off.
Yeah, but once again, it's people don't be paying attention. Like we pay attention, but people don't pay attention.
He drove a car over his house. I don't know if that's an old footage or if that was recent.
I heard that was old footage. Either way, that's still fucking crazy.
It's like, bro,
if that man was broken foot and he drove over his house, bro, I'd lose it, bro. Like that has to be old.
And Tony Khan needs to police a little better. It's the same thing with like movie studios. Like if you're attached to a movie, they don't want John Cena doing a bunch of crazy shit. So yeah, he can do an AA or same with The Rock. Like
anytime he trip afterwards.
Right. Well, now I'm talking about the goddamn car thing. Like, why are you risking your life every single fucking day? Like, I pay you so much money to show up and work for me, and I find out on Twitter you're jumping over houses and shit. I'd be pissed. It's like you're my investment, bro. Like you were literally talking about how you were sleeping in a car 5 years ago until fucking Tony and Cody gave you a chance. And then every fucking chance you get, you try to kill yourself. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I guess that would just come with the business though, and it makes you think about like all the problematic shit that we've seen in WWE as far as like superstar talent and what the fuck they do. And I mean like not current, of course. I think everybody currently is fine, but I mean like just past tense, like attitude era shit. Like you probably had Vince in the fucking like.
But but it's also all sports. Like.
Yeah, it was like NBA. This shit happened in the NFL.
I remember during the offseason, Tom Brady jumped off a cliff into water, and I'm like, nigga, I need you to win a Super Bowl to see. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, please be careful. But yeah,
you got some NBA owner on Instagram or some shit like, bro, stop talking to the IG host. I need you focused. Like. Somebody's probably like saying something to him. It's in all sports, like you said.
Yeah, like same thing with John the Gun. Like, fuck influencing the kids. And if you get shot in your leg, you ain't making the playoffs. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, you showing this gun, we lose, bro. We can't lose. People's jobs on the line.
I need all athletes just to make better decisions, and that's. Fair. And like maybe that was too capitalist of me, but I at the same time I also want I want people to be safe. And I want people to have fun too. I'm a daredevil. I went skydiving twice. I like to do dumb shit. But for the love of God, just Darby, he's a different level.
This does not help the whole me and Darby have the same birthday case, right? Because like, I like daredevil. I like going skydiving and shit. Like, y'all probably be best friends too, which is crazy.
And maybe. I mean, I don't know, man. After that ball story, it's bad enough he's from fucking Washington, but after that ball story, rubbing hot sauce on his nuts, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's too much.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
That's
get
too much.
this man upset. I just got upset.
That's too much.
Got me on.
Yeah, there's some solid spots in the match, in the Cope cage match. There was a hockey goal brought out. Once again, I think that's just for like, Toronto.
Yeah. Maple Leafs, they suck.
Yeah, he definitely had the Maple Leaf jersey on, which matched his gear. His gear was kind of fire. Mama Wayne comes out, uses the hockey stick for a low blow on Copeland. Cage snaps the hockey stick on Cope's back. There's a
part where Nick Wayne and Killswitch come out also.
Yep. There's a couple solid like little pieces of weapons in here. There's a barbed wire chair, which was cool. There's this choke spot where Cope was choking out Cage in the middle of the ring. He takes his fucking ring or his gear like drawstring and snaps it around his neck, like just really trying to like get this man to I quit. I forgot how brutal I quit matches can get, to where like you're trying to like get your person to quit, so you're gonna do the most shit possible. Like that's where like the hockey sticks and all that shit comes from and whatnot. But I think for me personally, like I like the match just because of like it was a good match, but it's also two best friends doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
And two vets.
Killswitch, yeah, two very solid fucking vets. Killswitch, the choke of the jostling choke gets broken up by Killswitch and Nick Wayne. Then Garcia and Magic come out to help. Killswitch takes a fucking impaler on the barbed chair. Cope flies off the ladder outside the ring, which I did not expect, Edge to be doing, high flying shit at all. But he definitely took the fucking flight off the fucking ladder, which is kind of nuts. Then in the ring, Garcia brought handcuffs. Handcuff Wayne to one end of the turnbuckle, handcuff Killswitch to the other end, and they handcuff Cage into one of the other corners as well, which leads like a fucking, or it was a 3-on-1 until Cage got hooked up. This is when he brings out Spike, which is like a paddle with fucking needles or nails in it that he says he got from Mick. Which I remember, if I'm not mistaken, Mick said he wants to do one last death match, which if he's gonna do it, probably will be in AEW. And
I hope to God not, bro. Go to Japan and do it.
That'd be kind of cool too. That'd be hella fucking dope.
And that's where that shit really started.
Yeah. Hits Spike, or he takes Spike and hits him in the nuts with it. He doesn't quit then. And then as he goes for the headshot, Cage yells out, "I quit." Cope wins the TNT Championship. And that's the show, folks. That's how it wraps up.
And he's officially a 2-time TNT champion. And then it's been announced that we will have an open challenge match next week.
Yeah, and I don't know what they do with the TNT title. I don't know who the open challenger will be. I don't know. I would hope that it's somebody that Edge wants to put over. I think that'd be kind of cool. Like,
yeah, I would say run Daniel Garcia back, maybe, or knowing them, I don't know. Knowing them, they'll just send out some random motherfucker like Warhorse or fucking, I don't know, some random indie talent probably.
Fuck, I'm trying to think, like, who would I want to see Cope fight in AEW right now?
If the point is not
doing anything.
If the point is to put over talent, or put over talent, I would start off with Daniel, because they did have like they had some interaction, which is one of the reasons why he was helping in the first place.
It's true.
And then just work your way, I guess. Jack Perry would be one if he was in this, not in Japan.
I think Jack Perry and Edge would be fucking solid. I think that'd be a really dope match. I think that I think Cope is a lot like, he's open to working with like the younger talent. And I think most AEW is, but I think like Edge in general wants to like, help out the young guns.
Yeah.
That's AEW. We're gonna take a quick little audio break real quick. We're gonna get into SmackDown. Throw your ones up. The bloodline's here. We'll
Yes, boy.
We are going to head into SmackDown. We're going to head into the People's Show.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, SmackDown was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin this week, and we start
Very
off
snowy, by the way.
Yeah. Spring needs to fight back. Yes. The show starts with Ray comes out, kissing babies and shit.
Santos.
During as he's coming out, we get a Santos promo further explaining why he's saying fuck Ray, which everything makes sense. And by the end of the match, everything makes sense too. As far as I'm concerned,
Oof.
kayfabe boy.
Yeah.
Ray's a deadbeat, man. The match starts. There was a small slip up in the very beginning where it looked like Ray.
I saw that.
Yeah, it looked like Ray might have retweaked his knee or something. But after that, shit starts cooking.
Yeah,
man,
I definitely had my notes. Ray was a little shaky.
Yeah, and even the announcers talked about it, which makes me feel like. I feel like part of it was storyline, and part of it was like that they were also recovering because that first little slip up, something else was supposed to happen. The move, something else was supposed to happen. A little bit after that, there was a moment where Ray's like sitting down, and Santos does a running missile drop kick, and it looked like he almost decapitated Ray. That shit looked stiff. It looked good. It shit was fucking great. I was like, God damn, that shit hurt. Other than that, just really crazy spots, man. Good chemistry.
Ray had a spot where he slid out the ring, like it was like on his stomach like a fucking dolphin, and that shit was fucking crazy. Yeah, because I was expecting to jump over. This motherfucker slid under and like a bullet and just took him out.
Yeah, ever since he came back, right before pandemic and shit, he started doing it. I don't know how it does not hurt. And this one that I did was further than usual because usually they're a little closer. He slid and he fucking. I do have a question though, or maybe it's a question, but it's also a nitpick. There's a point in time where they're fighting outside, and Ray takes off the top of the announcer table, that little cover, and he hits Santos with it. How is that not a DQ?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because wouldn't that count as a weapon? I mean, it's not it's not a traditional weapon. And there's another moment in the show where it's like, how is this not a DQ? I was like, did you guys get your wrestlers from AEW or what's going on here? Hey, I'm a tree. I got to get the shade. But didn't understand that. But that's a nitpick. There was a crazy senton spot. Did you have that one down? Or?
No, I didn't have that one. No.
There's a crazy. I don't remember what happened, but someone got senton the fuck out of themselves or something. I don't know. There was a crazy senton spot.
I had a moonsault spot outside the ring off the table, which was like fucking cool.
Yeah, that was the.
Oh no, the senton was when he was sitting on top of the barricade outside. Oh
yeah, you're right. Yeah, he was on the table. He ran. Yeah, he did this.
He ran off and that shit
sat on that nigga's sternum. Yeah, that shit looked. Yeah, that shit hurt. Bro. That shit looked like it hurt. Good ass spot. And then we get to the end of the match, which I was because I was saying this last week. I was for sure that this was going to end like a DQ brawl or something, but So yeah, I'm actually shocked that spoilers, or it's not a spoiler because we're about to talk about it, but yeah, Santos wins. But the way Santos wins is that someone shows up, because originally, or the rule was that Legado and LWO were banned, but who wasn't banned was someone else or someone from a different faction, and who shows up is someone in a Rey Mysterio mask. Do you remember who that person was?
I think I do. I think I remember exactly
He's
who
far from
that
clean. Far from
he's
clean.
definitely not clean.
A little dirty.
That little grimy sometimes. Dirty with mommy. Dirty fucking Dom, bro.
Yeah, big dick, dirty Dom, baby.
I didn't say that. He did, but yeah,
I,
sure.
I might mean
Dirty.
it.
Pause.
No Diddy.
No.
I guess what the, according to Twitter,
All the kids are saying. All the kids are saying no Diddy.
No Diddy.
I don't want no smoke with nobody, bro.
No,
That's
especially
funny,
Bad Boy. No, I take that. Apologize to everybody. I take it back.
It's not take that. It's take it back.
Take it back. Take it back. As our Harlem Shake. Yo, whatever happened to Farnsworth Bentley? The nigga with the umbrellas.
Which is crazy. He has a bad Diddy story. Like, there's like some
I'm sure
shit.
he does. I was thinking about the other. I was like, he has to know something.
And that nigga knows everything.
Man, I bet those umbrellas can tell a lot of tales. Yeah, so Dom comes out. Santos hits him with the 619, and then his finisher, which I don't remember the name of the finisher. And yeah,
that was the match. The funny thing about this, or the most surprising part, was that I was genuinely like shocked when I saw this. Not like, oh, I seen this coming. Like, oh, here he comes. I was like, oh, this is a surprise. Dirty Dom pops up with the Ray mask and the fucking LWO shirt, takes the mask off, rips the shirt up, and it's Dirty Dom. Like, that's the greatest. Like, oh, you thought this was over? This ain't over.
Yeah,
it's smoke.
It was. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was shocked by the ending because, again, like I would have swore like it was going to be a
somebody.
Fucking, it was a brawl, and just but fucking. Yeah, Santos gets a win. It's it's a distraction win, but
where does this go? Is it Dom Ray Mania? Like
so I'm trying to find it.
Didn't we get that? Didn't they?
Yeah, that was last year. I fully think we're still gonna get the fucking LWO versus Legado to some degree. Hopefully, it's just all the teams, so that way the ladies are a part of it too. But there was, did I put it in the chat? So this is something that we could have put in the news docket, but we didn't. So the other day, WWE announced all the different, like they made a list of all the factions in WWE.
Mm-hmm.
Endashir, Imperium, Judgment Day, I think Bloodline was a part of it.
New Day.
Yeah, New Day. Or was New Day a part of it? Well, no, because there's only 2 of them right now, so I don't think they were.
Oh, it's like 3 factions?
Yeah, like three people or more. So yeah, anyone who's in 3 people or more is a faction. So Alpha Academy, Judgment Day, LWO, etc., etc.
Final Testament, Pride, Legado, Imperium, Regeneration X. But Regeneration X is 2 people, right? Or is Truth part of Regeneration X?
I think, I honestly have no idea.
The OC's a part of it, and then Endashir, yeah.
So I'm assuming Regeneration X is DIY plus Awesome Truth, I guess.
Okay.
But okay, so you found that list then, because okay, cool. So anyway, the reason I brought that up is because after that match, I think it was a backstage digital thing. Santos is like, no, Dom's not part of Legado. The rule was no LWO, no Legado. They didn't say nothing about Judgment Day or whatever. And I found that interesting based off of after that post when WWE lists its official factions. So what is my point of saying all this? I think I'm just saying it's something that we should pay attention to. That the fact that they're because I don't ever recall them listing like here's every single faction, like what we consider a faction, like what is the official list, and also seeing one person in a different faction help out the other faction. And I mean, we started seeing that early, or last year when Judgment Day and Imperium worked together for a little bit, or Imperium and Bloodline, or Bloodline and Judgment Day. But it's one of those things that makes the roster, it makes the WWE universe feel like a universe when other characters and there's interaction. It makes it doesn't feel like it doesn't make it feel like certain people have separate universes, like how Cody in AW, like there was a Cody universe, like it was just the Cody verse.
Right.
Everything he was doing had nothing to do with anything else, and it felt disjointed. So I just thought that was a cool thing. I guess I was just bringing.
Who is the Pride?
Niggas in suits with B-Fab.
Huh?
Yeah, Bobby Lashley and Street Profits. Their name is the
Their
Pride.
name's the Pride?
Yeah, it's terrible.
That's ass. Get it out of here.
They need to break up.
Get it out of here. Well, you should have gave me a Hurt Business. I'm okay with like having different variations of the Hurt Business. We could have this is a Hurt Business 2. It's kind of like DX, where you had like Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Rick Rude DX, and you got fucking X-Pac, Billy Gunn, Triple H DX. Like, I'm okay with having the same name for different variations of members.
Yeah, but none of them are business people. MVP was the business guy. You can't be a Hurt Business and not own a business. I don't trust B-Fab. I mean, well, B-Fab is a business owner. She had OnlyFans, so I guess that. Hey,
yo, what the fuck? What are you?
That's not a shot. That's not a shot. I'm just saying, she had an OnlyFans, therefore she had her own business. That is not a shot. I support sex workers, and also her stuff wasn't that lewd either.
Oh fuck, bro! I'm crying over here, bro.
That was really not a shot.
Tears, oh my god, bro!
No shade, no shade with it.
Okay, so the Pride is Profits, Bobby, B-Fab.
Mm-hmm. It's because they're black.
Yeah, I hate that name. Yeah, I hate that name so much.
Reminds me of Lion King, and you know how I feel about that shit.
I thought of some NXT shit. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we got the Dawn match out the way.
We get a backstage segment
with Naomi, right?
Yeah, and Bayley comes out. Bayley's saying she's like, "Hey sister, thanks for helping me out. I don't want to get you into this." Then just shit like that. And then Bianca comes out of nowhere, is like, "Girl, I love that." And she hits her again. She hits her with the Drew McIntyre. It's like, whatever you've been doing, whatever's going on with you, you deserve it. After you gave my life hell the last 2 years,
action has consequences.
Yeah, exactly. It was great. Bianca killed it. All three ladies killed it, of course. But yeah, that starts a little yelling match between Bayley and Bianca, where Naomi takes her to the side, and we get some other camera shots during this, and also again, like I said earlier, it's like we see these three women multiple times throughout the show. Like there's a whole thread. So this was just the beginning part, because later on we hear the conversation further. But after that part, that's when Fury and Grayson come out, which it sounded like new music. I don't know if that was them like combining their music. Did that music sound new to you?
I was not paying attention to their music.
Oh, cool. It sounds a little new. It still has like the A-Town down a little bit, but I don't know. It's different. I need your producer ears to tell me if I'm bugging or not.
I gotta pay. All their music sounds just dreadful to me, so I don't really pay attention to it unless it's like somebody I really like. Seth freaking Rollins,
Yeah, I feel it. But I need your producer ears to tell me if I'm bugging.
I see what I'll do.
Right,
I'll try.
Appreciate it. Also, they were matching gear. I think that's their first time. They were both wearing red.
You're right.
Which was cool. Which is cool. So yeah, they come out, and then we get a commercial break, and then this is when we see the further telling of that previous conversation where Trinity and Bianca, they're talking, and Bianca's like, "Look, you weren't here." And Trinity's like, "I understand you." I keep calling her Trinity. Naomi. It's like, I understand.
I do it all the time. Trent is Trent. I say it all the time.
He's like, "Yeah, I understand you. Your feelings are valid, but I need you to hear me. I wasn't here, but I still fucks with Bayley, and I don't like her getting jumped." Bianca's like, "I see myself in you. I don't want you to be part of this shit because this is what I've been part of. I had to fight 30 people, all damage control. I don't want you a part of this shit. This is, she made her own coffin, now she has to lie
Yeah,
type of thing.
there's
Our
a,
girl's
there's a
banging.
quotable from Naomi saying, "Look, I can't change the past, but she can't do it by herself. Like they picking us off." And I'm
Hmm.
like, hmm,
Which is something
is damage
similar.
control?
That's
Yeah, very
that's
similar,
that's what Seth said to Cody.
very similar. Um, but I'm like, oh, and I have actually, I'm gonna save it. I have something to say about damage control, but I'll save it for the EO match with Naomi.
Word. And then after that, that's when we get the Theory Waller versus the OC.
The Good Brothers.
Yeah, the Good Brothers.
This
Yeah,
this match, man, was a really dope match, and my first note is that the OC is too good to not have on TV. Like Carl Anderson was fucking going off this match. Like
yeah.
he was
Carl
wrestling
Anderson's
like
good.
it was his last time on TV. Like, and it just proves like, bro, like they know what they're doing, bro. These are well renowned world tag team champions, bro. Like these people have been everywhere. They've been in WWE, they've been on Impact, been in New Japan. Like, why are they not getting like the shine that they get? And I get it because we're just now talking about tag team wrestling having its like mainstream resurgence. So once again, I'll say what I've always said. Hopefully, this is a door for them to get through and be a great fucking tag team on the roster because we need them to be on the roster. Like they're a well respected team, they're safe workers, they know how to orchestrate matches with new people. So like get them these reps, man. I know they were in NXT for a little bit too, or they still might be in NXT
I
doing
think
shit,
they, yeah, I think they still are
but
because
either
they
way,
were,
like
yeah, they were on NXT this last Tuesday. So
I need to see more of the OC, man. Like them boys is solid. Like they're really fucking solid.
yeah, I'm down to see more of Carl and Muchin. Luke Gallows does do a really nice choke slam to Theory, but I'm giving Theory a lot of credit based off his selling. But
Mm-hmm.
Luke Gallows does do a cool ass choke slam. And then this is another match where it's like, why wasn't there a DQ? Because there's a point where, I mean, you could argue that the ref didn't see it, but based on our camera angle, we can't tell if the ref could see it or not. And I think it was Theory. He's running towards her direction, and then she hits him with an arm drag outside, and that's clear. That's a bigger DQ than what Ray possibly did. Like that's a straight up DQ. Now, yeah, again, you could argue that the ref didn't see it, but based off our camera angle, we couldn't tell that as audience of the TV. So
I gotta go back and see that.
yeah, it's just I don't know. It was just weird. Well, I wouldn't say it was weird. It was just the camera angle. They just chose it chose the wrong camera angle. They should have chose like a camera angle from the ramp or something, or chose a camera angle from like kind of behind Meechin because yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. They just chose the wrong camera angle. But yeah, I don't have any other spots to call out or anything.
Nah,
Yeah.
let's see. I got a spine buster and a mean neck breaker off the rope, so it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I love Carl Anderson spine buster. He has one of my favorite spine busters.
Overall, no crazy other pops in that. I do have like Theory and Steelers still the win with the feet on the ropes, and I was like, finally, heels doing heel shit. If you're gonna do a roll up or do some fucking light, make sure you put your feet on the ropes or somebody's holding your legs or something. Like, give me some context to like the simple roll up, and I'm okay with it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I was fine with it too. Actually, I preferred it, so
yeah,
I was fucking with it. After that, we get a video package of Braun Breaker, and it was very sports like. Does the he weighs this much? He does. What was DT telling us? Like he benched something.
He bench pressed like 38. He benched 225 like 38 times or some shit like that.
Yeah, 38 reps with 225. That is fucking wild.
It was a very there used to be a show called Sports Science. It reminded me of Sports Science.
I miss Sports Science.
It was very numbers and like just all it needed was a Gatorade, and that was a Nike shoe for sure.
Yeah, did us. The colored sweat.
Yeah, the colored sweat, like that was it. It was and like it makes sense. 'Cause I think if I'm not mistaken, like I went back and Braun Breaker was a running back, so
Yeah,
his
yeah.
his speed off the ropes makes so much sense because you're used to doing short bursts of speed as a running back. You're used to going really fast, really fucking quickly, slowing down the whole nine. Like his footwork is fucking amazing, and that now puts two and two together for me.
Yeah. He's the fastest dude on, I want to say, the entire roster at this, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's
for sure in NXT,
no
because everyone thought it was, because at first it was Nathan Frazier, UK talent. He's in a tag team with Axiom. Super cool dude. He's
I
he's
heard
fast
he's
as
a
shit.
freak athlete too. I've heard he's fucking crazy.
They're both super crazy. They're both like, they're like mini Ricochet Ospreys. They're just a little, smaller and skinnier, but they can do all that same kind of crazy superhero type anime shit.
Yeah, I've heard about him.
But Braun ended up being faster than him, and that's wild because Braun is
wild.
But no, it's and weighs a lot more at the same time. I mean, it's wild when you look at it, but when you think about it in the sports mind, it's like, oh, okay.
Braun and the way he hits the ropes and the speed he comes off the ropes it's fucking nuts, but it's also controlled. That's what makes it so fucking special because anybody can bounce off the ropes hella fucking fast, but it's like how you control your momentum to where he's hitting those spears and people are not really like. They're not really fucked up. Like they're all safe. It looks like it hurt. It probably does hurt, but nobody's like, oh my god, slow the fuck down kind of thing. Like we normally see in like wrestling when, I guess my my memory is Brock punching fucking Braun in the head and telling him to slow the fuck down. Like,
oh yeah, he mixed him. He gave him a 3-piece real quick. He's like, bruh. Yeah, Brock did not like that shit. He mixed it. You want to shoot nigga? Hey, big boy.
Bro, 3 strong ones.
I eat
and like
bigger than you,
bro. And Braun was dazed, bro.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that was shit was crazy.
It was crazy. Yeah, so we get Naomi comes out. She does her entrance. It's great. Io's music hits, and then all the other members of Damage Control come out, and you're like, "Where's Io? Io's not there." And then the backstage camera cuts to Io beating the dog shit out of Bayley backstage, essentially to make sure that she doesn't interfere, which was smart. And then she beats the shit out of her, and then just walks, towards Gorilla and out.
Kills her entrance.
Yeah, like nothing ever happened.
Like nothing happened.
Like it was just, I just went to the store real quick. I'm back. Great shit. So this was what did you feel about this match? I thoroughly enjoyed it. There was a lot of dead space. I liked it. I super liked it. I thought both women showed out. There was multiple parts where it was a pretty 50-50 match. There was parts where Trin was beating her ass. There was parts where Naomi's where Io was beating her ass. Damage Control.
It was
no, that was the next point actually.
This was a good showing for Naomi. I know, like, was it last week or the week before, people were like, well, she better not be losing, so much. This was a good match for her. She was looking mad fucking strong in this match. Her gear is fucking fire.
And,
like
some new offense, some new innovative offense. She's always making up or coming up with new shit. Naomi's great. And it wasn't a clean loss, but there was multiple times like this was a fire ass match.
Yeah,
this was a fire.
It was a great match. There's a superplex spot that was really dope. A cross body spot that was mad fucking dope. Of course, Damage Control comes out to save Io because Naomi's about to fucking
that's how
finish her off.
Exactly.
Like Naomi's fucking looking crazy. He's like, hey, calm down.
Which that sets up a DQ. Which is all right. I was kind of upset with the DQ, but yeah, they.
But I mean, you can't have your champion.
Oh no, was it? No, like, it wasn't a DQ. No, I'm lying. It wasn't a DQ. She won, right? Io won.
No, you did the suplex, right?
Yeah,
she did the suplex off, and then they beat her up after the suplex.
Yeah,
after the moonsault. Yeah, my bad.
After Io wins, they start beating her up. Then Bianca comes out, and she's beating the fuck out of all of them. Which also, by the way, Asuka looks healthy, which is cool. thank goodness. Love my Kana-chan. Gotta have my Kana-chan. Love Asuka. So I'm glad that she's healthy because last week looked scary, and I didn't want her to miss Mania.
Nah,
They said they pulled her out of house shows, so that I feel like that helped.
just precautionary, probably. Like, we got bigger plans for you. Come on, chill out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, like absolutely. Yeah, and she wasn't that active, but she was still dancing and she was actually fighting this week too. So yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad she's healthy.
In my notes, I got Bianca came out looking like '07 Batista. She was in there
Man,
fucking people up, bro.
so Seven
And then she,
Batista, John Cena, like
man, just
she was beating him up,
looking crazy.
but the
And
numbers game eventually,
it's too much.
yeah,
So you get jumped, which is rightfully so. This leads me into my question, right? So I had something to say. I was like, as a whole, Damage Control looks great. As Damage Control's leader, not so much. So I say this to say, is this a great run for Damage Control?
yes,
Like, or for EO in particular?
yes,
And I guess, like, my thing is that when it comes to factions, right, you always know who your leader is based off of, like, oh, the leader in the faction does damage. Triple H Evolution, damage. Hulk Hogan, NWO, damage. Like, your leader is like your main, like, main one that goes out and gets the kill. They're the ones that's making us pop. And I don't think I've seen that from EO inside of Damage Control as a group. As a group, they fuck people up. Individually and as a leader, you're not orchestrating, or you're not the big fish. If I'm thinking of anybody in the group that's the big fish, it's Asuka. Why do I still feel like Asuka is the strongest one and she should be the leader of the group, and she's not even she's not the women's champion?
Well, I don't know why you feel like that. If I had to guess, I would say maybe it's because you've known Asuka longer or you watch her stuff more. But I mean, EO, to me, EO's like, it's not like she's a chicken shit heel type. She gets down and dirty when she needs to. She will. I mean, like we just talked about it. Like, she beat the shit out of Bailey before the match started, and then had a great match with Naomi. Was it like a dominant match? No, but then again, it's Naomi. It's not like she was fighting a jobber. I don't know. I think Damage Control is great, and I think this is a good run for you. It's her first. I mean, and usually, I mean, the Triple H era, I'm assuming, is different, but usually, Money in the Bank winners, they don't usually keep the title that long, and she's had the title for a while, and she's had some good defenses. There could have been more, but she's had some good defenses, and I think her and Bailey's going to put on a good show. But I don't know. I like Damage Control, and
But, like, everybody's had long reigns,
yeah,
currently.
needs to stop.
So it's like, I can't even say that, like, that was genuinely because, like, oh, you've been a great champion. It's just everybody's had this fucking title for a long time. Logan's had it for a little bit now. Gunther had it for 600. Seth's just had it for 300. They just announced that. Roman's going on fucking 1300 in a retirement run. Like, I just feel that, like, when it comes to EO in particular, Damage Control has been great. I don't think she's been a great leader. And I'm not saying all this is not personal. I'm not taking no shots at you personally, but I just think, like, as far as, like, on TV, as the leader of the group called Damage Control, or just leader of a group, period, you got to be the one out here who's head honcho. I think that, like, had EO had, like, head honcho status and she was really moving like that, this match for against Naomi wouldn't feel as different for me. I think Naomi looks strong. I don't think Io looks strong. And I'm like, you got a fucking Mania match in 2 weeks. Like, how am I supposed to believe that, like, you're better than Bailey when you haven't give me nothing to, like, go off of?
Word. Okay, I can see that, I guess. Well, as far as the leader part goes, she just became the quote unquote leader when they kicked out Bailey. So this just happened because original Damage Control, Bailey was the leader.
Right?
And Io is the leader, but Dakota Kai is the pseudo leader because she is the mouthpiece.
And I think that they should have, like, planted the seeds better. I think that, like, when they did the reveal that Damage Control turned on Bailey, I think we should have been known of, like, little shit that Io was doing, to kind of, like, set this up.
They
that way be like, oh,
they
she was.
were they were, dude. They even mentioned it. Like there's multiple times where Dakota's talking Japanese and they're all talking Japanese behind Bailey's back. They did bring it up.
But like contextually, how does that translate for like for us as like the American audience? Like, yeah, we just they're speaking Japanese. Like, oh, Damage Control always speaks Japanese. Like, we don't understand that. I don't understand what they're saying. I don't understand how like that translates to like the viewer to like get that. Like, oh shit, they're talking about Bailey. I have no fucking idea.
Uh, well, to me, I mean, the seeds were planted before the seeds were planted even before Dakota got injured. When Io first won the title, it was they were her and Bailey were having disagreements. It seemed like they were going to do the split way sooner, and then Dakota got injured, and then they kind of just kept it going until Asuka and Kari showed up. But they planted seeds over a year ago. It might have not been super obvious, but they're and also again we're talking like before last Mania for the most part, or after last Mania or whatever. But they were planting seeds where it's like similar to remember when Damien got the briefcase and it looked like him and Finn were going to split up because they just kept beefing a lot and they were having a lot of miscommunication. The same thing happened with Bailey and Io, and then Dakota got injured, and then they kind of just stopped doing that for a while because it was only those two. And then Dakota started being able to travel again, and then eventually we got the other two ladies.
It's just interesting that like the Dakota injury changed so much of like the projection of like the current plans for Damage Control when she wasn't the champion. And I just think that like if that's no, not Dakota, but if she's that important to the group, what does that do for your champion? If all momentum stops, or not momentum stops, but just slows up a little bit, like why? Like your champion should be able to go out there and like, oh, I got this fire match with Liv that's about to happen, or I'm about to have this. I'm about to set this match up over here with Nat, or something, and just build a rivalry or something that gives her some footage, give her something that makes her look like, oh, I'm the most dominant like champion ever. Even when Rhea hasn't had that much of like, that many defenses, we still know Rhea's about that shit. Like we know that.
I mean,
Where
okay,
is
yeah.
that for this?
You mean, well, if you look at all of her defenses, she beat Bianca twice, she beat Charlotte, and she beat Asuka. Those are some of the three best women ever, and I feel like that shows. I mean, granted, she won most of those by like Bailey helping a little bit, but I feel like that shows dominant. If you could beat Bianca twice, you could beat Charlotte and Asuka, and like retain and keep your title. Like I mean, it's strong. As far as the Dakota question, like how of her importance, I feel like it's hard for me to answer that question, but I mean, obviously she was important enough to where I feel like the Bailey split was always a thing, and they didn't want to split up Kai and Io yet because they want to keep I feel like the whole point was to keep a Damage Control and just rotate who's in it. But even though how Shinsuke does his promos, people don't need to speak English, but I feel like there's a certain degree where maybe they want Kai around so that Kai could be a mouthpiece, and because she's a really good heel, and then all the other girls could be swaggy and they can talk their shit. But I don't know. I don't know.
I'm trying to find like a list of like her title defenses. Let me see. Wait, here we go. Nah, I don't think this is right. This can't be right. There's no way she only has 7 title defenses.
Yeah, no, actually, that kind of sounds right.
Bianca was a title change at SummerSlam last year.
Mm-hmm.
She fights Zelina. She then fights Asuka. They do the triple threat against Asuka and Charlotte. Io versus Charlotte again. Io versus Bianca at Crown Jewel. And then her last defense was Revolution against Michin. So
minus the Michin one, no disrespect to her, like that's a stacked roster of opponents. As far as like again beating Charlotte, because I remember that match. Everyone, everyone thought Charlotte was going to win because you know, and one of the reasons was because the rumored match was Charlotte versus Bianca for Mania. So during that match, everyone thought fucking Charlotte was going to win, and then she didn't, and it was like, oh, they are really keeping Io because Charlotte's got a person that can win a title. She's won a title 3 times just based off of returning like the same night that she returned. I see what you're saying. I don't know. I think Io's been dominant. I mean, obviously, Damage Control as a whole has been good. You've already said that. I see what you're saying though. I respectfully disagree, but I do see you do have
And
some
once again,
you
this
have
is
some
not
validity. Yeah,
disrespectful to
yeah,
like
no, yeah.
anybody or anything. Like when it comes to like championship title reigns and runs, like you always want to be like, oh, I understand. Like this was a storyline that led into this, and this is the history of it, and this is why she's the champion.
Yeah,
I don't know
you have the
why.
validity. No,
That
you have validity. I feel like it's similar to Undisputed Kingdom. Maybe that's kind of the vibe you're getting, to where it's like this person isn't doing much, or they're not as dominant as they should be, but everyone else is doing more work. I don't know. I
well,
kind of see what you're
it's
saying.
interesting with the comparison. First off, Damage Control is a way better faction than Undisputed Kingdom. But
Absolutely.
the thing is about Damage Control is that the other members in the group can still make it pop without like the main person doing anything. That cannot happen over there for Undisputed Kingdom.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that when you have this person should be just as like, you know, especially when you are the champion, you got to orchestrate shit too. I
Right.
just don't
Right.
think everything was orchestrated, but nonetheless,
It doesn't seem like she's the ringleader and the one making the plans.
no, it seemed like
Okay.
Bailey was, and then
Right.
Dakota did, and then now we're sitting here like, oh, go defend your title against, you know, Bailey. It's like, no, you should be out there. And we got a little bit of that this week where she out there beating the fuck out of Bailey. But we should have been then had moments where she's been terrorizing motherfuckers. Like she should have hit somebody with a golf cart. Something. Give me something to like make sure that, or make me feel like, oh, she's a heel. Don't fuck with her. And the thing is, Io's a great fucking wrestler. So it's like there's no reason why you couldn't do it. Io is a great wrestler. She has the image. She has the music. Like she's fucking phenomenal. It's just this run just feels a little weird. It's like if Evolution, Triple H was a champion, but it was orchestrated by Ric Flair and Randy the entire time.
Mm. Okay,
Nevertheless,
I can see that. All right, I can see that. Where we at? Okay. So after this, strategically, we get another video package, and it's of the newest SmackDown signee, which was Jade Cargill, and I believe that was easily strategically placed. I believe what I said last week might come into fruition.
One person to come and help.
I think Jade might be the one to even the odds, and then we'll. I think we'll get a Mania match added, and it'll be the 3 lovely Black Queens versus Kari, Asuka, and Dakota of Damage Control.
This feels racially motivated. I don't like it.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Nick Aldis, he got the fucking Raw got fleeced. I mean, Raw has
for sure.
Raw has one black woman, and it's one of the EDM ladies.
What's funny about that? I saw a tweet, and the tweet was like, "Oh, so damn, there's no black people on Raw," and she had posted like, "Am I not here?" And like, it was disrespectful as fuck. But it's like, yeah, bro, like, you see some black talent on Raw, bro. Like, what's up?
I mean, yeah, I love her. She's fine. No, she's fine. But you're not a Naomi, Bianca, or a Jade Cargill.
But you're also a tag team. You're also built into something. Like there is no single black woman competitors over on Raw.
No. Yeah.
Because even
Raw got fleeced.
Even if Zoe's mixed, she's still with Shayna in the tag team. Like she's not like a single black competitor on Raw.
Yeah, I haven't been able to confirm if Zoe's mixed thing. I think she might be like a quarter, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I still don't know. Stark House, Stark Gang, throw them Z's up. I'm still here for
it. Yeah, Raw definitely got fleeced. Braun and fucking Jade is on SmackDown. What the fuck did they get in this? What was the whole purpose of putting us through this whole bidding war shit if they both were going to end up on the same fucking show?
I mean, she still needed time. I mean, she still wanted to get reps in, I guess. So that was just a way
No.
to.
I don't mean
Yeah.
that. That's
Yeah.
okay. I meant more so like these promos where Aldis and Pierce are going at each other. Like, well, I'm going to talk to Braun. I'm going to talk to Jay. And they're sending if they're
Because
both going to end up on the same show.
it builds tension, just like how we had our trade last week. It builds it. It's like I'm trying to sign the new hot shit, and I want him on my show.
I
I
think
don't
this
know if they
sets
could.
up. I think this sets up Charlotte going to Raw because Andrade's on Raw. So I think their trade is Jade for Charlotte.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think this is a future draft compensation. This is a trade for sure, but I get this person and she comes over here.
I wonder if Bianca leaves too. I like this might sound weird, and I don't want to make it sound weird, but I truly don't think they're going to keep the 3 top single black women on the same roster. And if Andrade, I mean, obviously if Charlotte goes there because Andrade's there, I feel like you still want to have the Charlotte Bianca match because that's a big ass match. So then maybe just put them on the same show. But then
I feel like
that means either split up the Street Profits or send the whole Pride to Raw.
it's harder to do that because like their spouses are on those shows. So like the reason why Charlotte makes sense because like I said, Andrade's over there. Street
Right.
Profits is over on SmackDown, so Bianca's on SmackDown.
Right.
Trent's on SmackDown because Jimmy's on SmackDown. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like
only
they have to give someone away because
which should have been Jade.
it,
That's
sh-
what like
it
Jade
yeah,
should
it
have
should
been
have
over
been.
there.
It should have been because then we could have got her and Nia. Like that would have been a good feud.
Oh yeah, I definitely thought that's where they were going. Like, yeah, it's her and Nia feuding up. Like, do it. But yeah, I
Right.
don't know. I'm excited to see Jade get down and
Yeah.
like she appears next week, so we'll get some idea of who she's
And
battling, what like promo she's doing.
yeah, and another reason it's a good thing because people were like really freaking out. I was like, oh, is she not going to make the Mania card? Another reason why it's a good thing.
Shit, time will tell.
I mean, I think she. I think this setup. What happened a couple weeks ago when she like looked at Damage Control in the background / like this video package right after this attack. I'm fully. I think the 6 woman or the 3-on-3 is going to happen. Fuck, I lost my point. But no, yeah, I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I don't think they're going to keep all 3 of them on the same show. And Jay just got there, and if Jay is on Raw, you still want Jimmy on SmackDown, so that means Naomi should stay on SmackDown. So the only logical thing is to send the Profits and Bianca to Raw. If you want to not have the 3, maybe they want to have all 3 black women on the same show. I don't know.
If that's the case, then like, and we'll get into this because they have a qualifier match. But what if like Profits is one of the teams to pull down the titles, and that sends them over to Raw, which then leads you into Bianca going over to Raw? I could see that happening. It would make the most sense as far as like orchestrating everything. And sometimes the shit that makes sense doesn't always happen. But yeah, Profits get one of the belts. They go on Raw. Bianca goes to Raw. That solves your fucking issue there.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we get a backstage segment with Pretty Deadly. Oh well, okay. So it starts off with KO talking to Adam Pearce, or not Adam Pearce, Nick Aldis. Forgot what exactly he was talking about, but Pretty Deadly interrupts him, and he's like, "What's going on?" Like I'm having a conversation. Pretty Deadly's like, "Well, why aren't we? We should have been in the tag. Like we didn't even get a chance to qualify for this tag team thing. We should be in here. Like we're a great ass tag team. Why the fuck are we in it?" And then it starts a thing where Kevin's like, "All right, well, I'll fight you next week with my partner." And they're like, "Who's your partner? You don't got a partner." Whatever. And then Randy Orton's like right behind them, scares the shit out of them, which was great. What else do I have for that? Yeah, so pretty much it sets up a match for next week with RKO KO versus Pretty Deadly. And then right before we leave that segment, KO does a thing where he punches 2 people at once, which was hilarious.
Yeah, because he says like, I don't need a partner. I can punch both of you guys at the same time.
I've done it before.
Back, Randy, I did
it. Yeah. Shit was great.
It was
Oh shit! I'm sorry, real quick. I just remember what I was saying. Okay, the reason why I think Jade joining this tag team is a good first match for her first Mania is because it's a tag match. So you're not just putting someone in a sink or swim situation at Mania. That way she, so she has time to share the fuck. It's similar to what they did with Ronda when Ronda was in a tag match with Kurt versus Triple H and Stephanie. I feel like if you put Jade on the Mania card, a tag match is the best way to do it to not set her up for failure to where it's a 1v1, especially if it's not a 1v1 against like a vet who could dictate the ring or control the match.
Yeah, she's not going against Natty to where like Natty controls the matches.
Yeah, no, but yeah, like Natty would be a perfect first person, but if as far as like getting a bunch of like as far as adding more people to the card, if they give us this 3v3, that means all 6 women are on the card to some degree. Everyone will get some time, and also Jade's first official match as a tag match works because that way she's just not.
I got you. So
single.
How about this? I think that instead of it being the 3v3, I think it's just gonna be 2v2, and I think that your setup is Asuka Kyrie versus either Jade Trin or Bianca Trin with Jade as like help. That's to where she's still a part of the match. I don't think she'll be in the match, but if she is, I think she's partnered with either, I guess, one of the three between Trin and Bianca. Like she'll partner with one of them and go for the tag belts. And I think you still get your person who orchestrates that match inside like Asuka, because Asuka does a really good job as well as far as like orchestrating the dance as like the match is happening.
Yeah, she's Empress.
I think that like that gets the women's tag team titles on the card because there's no way you do fucking Mania without the women's tag team belts being on the card. You have to.
It does not have to be defended.
It has to.
It doesn't have to be defended.
It has to, bro. You can't like keep making the women's tag belts like not like prestige. Like they have to have something. They have to have a Mania moment.
I would like if they were, but I like, again, to me the 3v3 makes the most sense because Bianca and Naomi are already friends. Like we just did a whole 2-week angle of like Bianca like warning Naomi, so it makes sense for them to team. So unless they give Jade a 1v1, it makes sense for Jade to join it as a throuple instead of like her just pairing up with Bianca or her just pairing up with Naomi, because then that leaves someone else out to not do anything.
I guess my only rebuttal with that is that we haven't had any more interaction between Jade and Damage Control to where like right now, as it stands, the only interactions we have had is Trin and Bianca, which that could be your tag team match going into the fucking.
And in that backstage look, that was like 3 weeks ago with Jade.
That was like 3 weeks. That's all we have.
Right.
But the whole backstory between like you don't know what they put me through is 2 years of bullshit, and Trin's like, I can't change that, but I can change it right now. They jump on us. It's just foreshadowing with like, hey, we can't do it alone. She says that in the promo. We can't do it alone. I can't stop them alone.
Right. So they need again, just similar to Bloodline versus Cody, they need someone to even the odds. And I feel like we get like, because Mania is in 2 weeks. I feel like we get that set up this next Friday. Like maybe Damage Control interrupts Jade, and then the other the other 3 ladies come out, or maybe some. Yeah, Bianca fights Dakota next week, so I don't know. I feel like it might. As it stands right now, you're 100% correct. I feel like it gets set up this coming Friday, and if it doesn't, I'll eat the crow. But
nah, we all just we speculating, bro.
Yeah, I have no problem being wrong either. But I feel like it gets set up. I feel like that will get set up next week. I feel like for best for business, that way you like it. No one complains as far as internet and talent. The best thing to do is to have all 6 of these women just on the fucking
trios.
Yeah, I feel like
that is the best look for the business for sure.
Because otherwise you'll have the Naomi people be like, she you re-signed her and she's not on Mania, or you have the Bianca people like you have the people that be like, oh, this is racist or some shit, and then I don't know, obviously
WWE's always racist.
There's no way to please everybody. It's always going to be a catch-22 for the most part. But I feel like the most fan pleasing thing, if you're going to do fan service, have the 3v3. And give us a moment with 3 black women working together, because we've never seen that. Oh, yeah, maybe we have with Sasha, Mercedes, or Maybe we have, but
I
not like that.
best for business, yes. Best for the internet business and internet, composure is to do the trios. Um, which is like I said for me, and on the opposite end is like best for like the wrestling uh history and is the fucking tag belts being defended because that's the whole purpose of like trying to like rebuild them shits. Like you need to make them prestigious in order for the storylines to work. Nobody's gonna care about a fucking title that's not defended. It's the reason why the 24/7 didn't hit. Also, 24/7 didn't hit because it was a stupid fucking title. But
It's comedic. It was supposed to be funny.
yeah, like just you gotta give them something to build off of. Like make the women's division proud of, and I want that. We can't tie in women's tag teams if the belts are not important. What's the point of all these women doing this work? What's the point of Zoe and Shayna and them like doing all this hard work if we're not going to put the titles on like the greatest show? Yeah, let's get into it. Before you talked about the Jade's appearance, and then we talked about the KO promo. There was a small spot where Tiffany came out to Naomi and says, "Oh, the mist looks good on you." So Tiffany was poking the dragon at Naomi, possibly setting something up. So if you get a trend Tiffy match, we'll see.
I mean, they already fought, but I mean, a rematch is definitely
beef is beef.
Yeah, a rematch is definitely in cards. And then Bianca wants a piece of her too, so that's definitely in the cards.
It's true. We got an AJ LA digital segment.
Okay, how about this?
What you got?
The only thing that the only other way to me that it would make sense if they don't do the trios and like you said, Jade pairs up with one of the other two, is if we get Bianca and Tiffany 1v1, and then Jade and Naomi Jade could help Naomi versus the Kabuki Warriors. That's it.
I mean, that works too. I mean, do you think Tiffy gets on Mania? Is that like that's the right move? I don't think I think it's too early.
To me it doesn't matter. It's one of those internet things. If she doesn't, people are going to be upset. Like people are already upset. I'm like, I saw a tweet. It was like, oh, this is a crime. At Triple H and this dude who I follow, Novak. He's a sports writer and he loves wrestling. He's like, she just got here. So if she doesn't join the main card, it's literally fucking fine. Cool. She literally just got here. She's been wrestling for like less than 3 years. It's fine. If they wanted to give her that shot, and especially against a Bianca who is a ring general, and they can put on a solid match because Tiffany is no scrub, then yeah, I feel like if they either way, I think Jade should have a tag match, whether it's 2v2 or 3v3. I think the Jade in a tag match thing, if you want her on Mania, is the best route. That way she doesn't possibly because she's not fresh. She's not new, but she's still kind of green as far as
you're fresh to the WWE style.
Yeah, as far as this style goes, and also again, this is fucking Mania, so I feel like the tag match works. And if we go your route where you don't want it to 3v3, I think her Jade and Naomi versus Kabuki Warriors is cool, and then we can get Bianca and Tiffany, and then everybody can be happy for the most part, except for when your favorite loses, and everyone's sad about that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We still got 2 more weeks. Shit's gonna break down. I know they got big shows coming up in like the Raw in Brooklyn is like the week of Mania, so like there's some big moments coming up. So hopefully we can get some more answers. Right now it's still a little clouded, but we know at least the blueprint of what Mania is gonna look like. Yeah. Now we get the AJ LA digital segment. First off, I hate digital segments. This should have been a part of the show because it was very funny. It was entertaining. And I guess it is part of the show because they showed it to you, but like I want it to be more like integrated in like not digital. I hate digital content because I miss it. I'm not following. I mean, I'm following, but I'm not looking as often on WWE Twitter for digital content.
Right. Well, this was on the show though.
It was, but that's not what I mean. It's not like I don't know. There's a way I want to phrase it. I don't know how I want to phrase it just yet. But
Well,
anywho, we got the segment on the show. It was on the show.
Right. To be fair, before the commercial, there was a screenshot of LA Knight looking in handcuffs saying, "Check out what happened." So blah 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 blah.
Yeah, but it's the same way that we were talking about the Prophets and like Montez's like digital breakdown of him like saying, "Oh, we can't go out like this" and shit like that. Like I hate that. Like it's separate, secondary content.
That was
when it's crucial to story development.
Yeah, no, but yeah, that was a separate thing. That wasn't a quote unquote WWE camera. Like on the bottom, it didn't have the little what do you call that fucking thing? God damn it, not a sprite. When the artist signs their thing on a picture, it didn't have like the thing that said digital or WWE Underground on it. Like that seemed
like the signature or some shit like that. Like there was no like watermark.
Yes, thank you. God damn. There compared to like what we got with it, like that wasn't necessarily quote unquote WWE produced, which is why it feels different, which is why it's only sent like when Gable did his thing with the child, like that was something that they produced on their own and posted, online with obviously with approval, of course, but it's not the same thing as
confusing that can be. Not confusing to me because it's whatever, but it's like, bro, I'm looking at unofficiated content. There is officiated content. Like
it's the same thing as the Rock shit. Yeah, so yeah, that's all. It's the same thing.
I was looking for that shit. That shit should be fine to me.
Right, but this AJ shit is different because it was part of TV. This is what I'm saying. The Montez shit is, that video. That's the same as the Rock shit because it's like
everybody dropping content. Everybody's shit. It's tied to their stories and tied to their characters and shit like that. Look, man, just put it on TV. All right, I'm old. Put it on TV. But yeah, it was a funny segment. It was a great segment.
LA Knight's having
the home invasion segments are probably my favorite segments in WWE.
Yeah, I love them.
They're great.
They make 0 sense, but
absolutely,
I love them.
And they really be doing these in neighborhoods too. So I'm like, if I was in the neighborhood, like I gotta get up and work at like 4 a.m. You see somebody like fucking fighting in the middle of fucking house across the street, like, bro, what the fuck is going on here?
Well, they asked for permission. They had to get
for sure. You get permission and shit like that.
But let me break it down real quick. All right, yeah. So LA Knight, AJ's doing, I guess, a interview or some shit because the WWE camera's there. Like they're giving us a reason to why a camera's there instead of there just being a camera there. So it's like he's giving an interview. He hears honking. He's like, "What the fuck is going on?" It's nighttime. It's LA Knight. He's like, "You're gonna show up at my house?" He says, "Yeah, I'll show up here." Essentially, it's smoke on site. They start fighting.
What the fuck did he say? He said some funny shit. I got it written down. What did he say?
He said some funny shit. It was real good. Fuck, I didn't write the quotes down.
Oh, there's a quote down. It was something fucking hilarious. It was like something to this extent of like, you ain't gotta call me. I'll tell you, I'll show up right here. Like it was something
just some
funny, bro. He just got out the car just on 10.
Yeah, some G shit. They were fighting. A cool element was that the cops came and they used the real Gainesville police, which was cool. But we got body cam footage, which was just like, it was just again, just more producer shit that we didn't get during the Kevin.
It was produced body cam footage, but we definitely got body cam footage.
Oh yeah, obviously it was fake. I mean, produced, but yeah, it was like it's just we never seen that before for the most part. Yeah, it was cool. LA Knight gets arrested.
The part I was looking at is AJ looking like fucking he jacked the fuck up, bro.
Oh yeah,
man, look like he been. Nah, this dude is on something else, bro. He on fucking elk and fucking deer antler or some shit, bro. He taking Jose Canseco's. He on them John Joneses. This is all jokes, by the way. AJ probably clean as hell. He has to be clean as hell.
Him and Randy came back really unnecessarily.
Naturally built for somebody who's 45, 46. Like
there might be a little speculation. There might be a little HGH. I ain't saying full steroid or nothing. Probably nothing illegal because I don't think Triple H ain't a. But I don't know. The way they came back. No.
Where is the wellness and drug policy at?
One more thing about it. We got a Wendy appearance.
Yeah, his wife.
AJ's wife, yeah. And it just was like, I was like, Wendy. Like, it just made me think of Smojo. I was like, holy shit. Yeah. Like, I literally marked up. My wife was like, what? I was like, that's Wendy. I was like, it's Wendy. Like, she was a celebrity. I was like, that's fucking Wendy. Like, holy shit.
That's funny.
After that, we get a tag match. We get Street Profits.
AOP
versus AOP. My first problem with this was Bobby and B-Fab not staying out there, but all of the Final Testament stays out there. To me, that just doesn't make any sense based on this
Was
feud.
Cross out there?
I think I want to say all of
No, I
them.
thought it was just, I thought it
Was
was
it just
just
Paul?
Ellering. Yeah, it was just Ellering.
I thought Scarlett was out there too.
It was just Ellering.
Okay, all right, I take that back. All right, well, yeah. So we get Street Profits versus AOP. All right, well, fuck that nitpick. I still got this other nitpick. Why are these niggas wearing vests? It doesn't.
You got a problem with their gear. I got a problem with Profits gear. That whole white and purple and gold leotard shit was. I hated the color schemes of it. It bothered me.
It was fun. I didn't understand the feathers, but I don't know if that was like a nod to his mom. Which also, again, shout out to Dawkins because I would have took 2 weeks.
That's
off.
true. Yeah, mad shout out to Dawkins, bro.
Oh yeah, he performed great. He killed it. I mean, everyone killed it. It was a really good match, actually. But back to this, why again? I like Final Testament. I just don't understand what I'm looking at. What are you people? Like, who are you people? You say some ominous, spooky shit, but you don't have magic powers, so obviously you're not full spooky. You're not, so, and you don't give off cult. What the fuck are you guys? Like, you got Paul, Paul and Carrion, they're both wearing fucking the shirts with the leather jackets. Paul has a racist daughter. We'll talk about that later. Fucking, you got Scarlett looking yes boy, and then you got these fucking 2 Iranian ass niggas wearing these big ass fucking vests, and I don't understand.
Iranian, but
I don't Sicilian. I don't know what they are. Respectfully,
I still don't think that.
I love all cultures, but what the fuck are you wearing? I don't understand the group. I don't get it. Are you bikers? What are you? I like it. I just don't. I want to like it more, but I can't like it more until I understand the connection. What is going on? You don't have magic powers anymore. We understand that. Like his powers are gone, so they're not full spooky.
I don't know. So like, fuck, bro. I want them to be dope, but I think like they have to. AOP works with like a superstar in the middle that is given the chance to just be the menace and they're just a backup to the menace. Similar to like Monday Night Messiah and Seth doing his fucking shit, and you just had 2 left-hand people that you weren't really paying attention to. I don't think they can do that with Karrion Kross.
I think they can because superstars. That is an overly generous title for Karrion Kross.
I wasn't referring to Karrion Kross as a superstar.
Oh, Scarlett? Who's a superstar?
No, I mean like
she's very nice.
Why do you say it like that? Fucking Mr. Bean's ass. She's very nice. I meant more so like when the superstar element was talking about Seth, and then like that person is a superstar with 2 left hands, and so like that way you're not paying attention to the henchman.
Right.
They have to work and operate in that kind of ecosystem. So until Karrion Kross can come out and just be a fucking menace with whoever he's wrestling, and the thing is, his honestly his rollout has been a little weird to me. Like he hasn't had a straightforward like this is who I'm beefing with, this is the storyline I'm doing with this person. It's always been very choppy. It's like he's doing the shit with Roman, but that got kind of like weird a little bit.
He didn't do it. He looked at Roman, and Roman was like, "Fuck nah." They never shared a camera one time ever again. Roman ain't fuck with that clock shit.
There, the sand clock or whatever. That was it. And I understand like it's just creatively I don't know what the fuck they're doing with Karrion Kross, and honestly like him beefing with Bobby, and Bobby has 0 charisma, doesn't help at all either. So until he can build up the charisma and go against somebody that makes sense, cool. Put it like this: if it was fucking Karrion Kross and AOP, and there was fucking beefing with fucking Ray, and was beating the shit out of Ray, you have some kind of emotional draw there.
They already did
Ray's
that.
Your baby face. But like either way, like it's something. I need emotional draw. I don't have that with Bobby and like.
Well, yeah, because they don't feel like super baby faces because the lack of charisma on Bobby, and then I mean the Profits, that's where the charisma comes. Yeah, like if Final Testament were beating up like, I don't know, Alpha Academy, they would probably get booed more. You know, they get more heat and shit. But yeah, this beef with the Pride isn't hit. It's not doing either team any good. And
Right.
Bobby, I would like to end this with saying whatever Bobby was wearing was fucking atrocious. He
Yeah.
should.
So
I'm glad he wasn't outside on the ring. So your ass in the back.
I don't know. Profits get the win. Which is off of like a distraction roll up. So I think they're in the Mania match too.
Yeah, they're
Or
in the
no,
main
they're
match. Oh no, they one more match and they go to
no.
Mania.
Yeah, one more match.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're fighting Theory in Austin next week, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
And that leads us into like the Roman Cody segment. I got some quotes in here.
Yeah, I think I have some quotes too. This is what I've been waiting for. I'll just get that out of the way. Roman is 1,000 times better when he's not near the Rock. This is the Roman. We haven't seen this Roman since fucking this last Crown Jewel because he hasn't really spoke. He felt back into form. Both men were killing it. But yeah, let's get into the quotes. But yeah, this is the Roman. This is what I like. This is what I wanted. You know, this whole Rock tag team stuff it's really taken away from what should be one of the greatest rematch ever. Anyway,
fairly. Look, I'm glad you enjoyed the segment. I gotta label it as mid, and I just think for me once again, just it took too fucking long to get here. What they're saying is great, but it's just like I don't have the build of like Cody 1-on-1 with Roman. My build is with the fucking tag team match, and even then, I still don't. I'm not really too hyped about that either. There was some good quotables though. Once again, Roman doing Roman shit. You're a fool. You're not fit to be on top.
Yeah, you're fool. You're fool. You're mostly for trusting Seth. He calls him a fool, but yeah, he's like, you're stupid to me.
Yeah.
Like he was just...
with the heart. He's overtime. I thought we were family, and he stabbed me in the back. So it's like he does have a history with that man.
And you know Roman's about to cook when he hits you with the Pacino eyes. Like, you know, he's like,
yeah, like
this guy right here. That one time when he dropped nigga,
he must be under a rock or something, nigga. Like
with those eyes, you know you about to say something.
Cody asked him, "Can Roman trust the Rock? Like, you know, who's in charge, the tribal chief or the final boss? Like, what is it?" Roman hits him with the "All you ever be is number 2 because I'm number 1 forever." And I'm like, huh?
he's like, yeah. And he before he said that last part, he's like, and that's not a knock. You the greatest number 2 ever.
The greatest number 2 ever.
Bro, to be like, hey, that's not a knock. That's not a diss.
That's not how to take what it is.
You the greatest number 2 ever. But I'm gonna be the greatest 1 forever. Bro, yeah, it was good shit.
I think didn't Cody say like, nah, he's the one to beat his reign. Like he tied it back in some way.
Yeah, he did. It ends with, nah, I'm the one. Essentially, I don't remember exactly how he tied it in, but yeah, it tied it in. It was, I thought it was a good promo. Did it take too long to get here? Absolutely. But now I'm more excited for this match. I mean, the tag match is the tag match is what it is. But I'm glad that they finally got to this part.
Yeah,
it took
better
way
late
too
than
long. Hopefully some shit turns up. Hopefully something turns up in the next 2 weeks, because besides the 2 slaps, there hasn't been much physicality. So like when we get a video package, we're just going to see a bunch of promos at this point. You know, like there hasn't. We need the violence to turn up a little bit. Like something needs to happen. But yeah,
this is crazy. This whole segment reminds me of like being super excited for a video game and the game comes out and it's dog shit. Like because it's so much, like trailers are great. It's overly produced. Like you're expecting like this is going to be game of the fucking year. This shit's about to be fucking amazing. and I guess I can't say it until I see the match yet, but it just gives me the feeling of like waiting for something to come out and you get the product and it's not like finished yet. It wasn't done cooking. Like it needed more time. Um, it's just that like we're focusing so much. We've been focusing on the Rock and this shit, like I said, from since day one Raw. Then we got the fucking Vegas shit, and then we get the Cody Crybaby shit. We got the interviews on Pat McAfee, both of them from Rock and fucking Roman. Like, there's so much outside source. There's so much outside like content that like you have to be tuned into for all of it to connect. That it's just it takes away from the for me. It takes away just from the in ring. This is where our best promos and shit are supposed to happen. It seems like all the best shit that they're giving us is happening outside of Raw and SmackDown. At least what it's supposed to feel like is the best shit.
That's where I will disagree because again, I thought this promo was what you said or was what you just said. I like this is because the like I've been on record like no the Rock promos those videos before the show starts, it's mostly what he wants to say. It's just more cussing, but it's a regurgitation. So you as a fan, as a casual fan, or just a regular fan, or whatever, you don't have to watch those to understand what he's going to say during the show. But as far as like finally getting the spotlight on these two individuals, took way too long. But I don't know. I thought this promo was good. But
Could you understand what the story was about without the Vegas interaction? I think the Vegas interaction wraps up and not wraps up, but it definitely kicks off a lot of the shit that we're into right now. The whole Cody Crybaby shit, the whole family tree shit. I think if you were just a 6-year-old kid and you had no internet, and I know it's impossible, and you did not see the fucking Vegas shit, would you have understood where this story was going?
Yeah, to a degree, because they give you video packages. Like when I was a kid, all I could watch was SmackDown. I could never watch Raw, so I had to use the video packages that they played on. This is what happened this Monday between The Rock and Stone Cold, which this is why they're doing whatever they're doing this Thursday. I had to rely on those video packages to connect the dots for me because I didn't have the internet and stuff. So like, it's the vignettes and the video packages, this is what happened last time, type videos that it connects those dots. The Pat McAfee stuff, like you don't need to watch the full interview to get the grasp of this match. They might take a 20-second snippet of it and put it in the video package of like something that he said when he called whoever a dick rider or whatever the fuck. Roman said a lot during that interview, but yeah, no, I mean to answer but also we were in a different generation. I feel like we were smarter as we were kids, but but to answer the question, like, yeah, younger me who watched wrestling, I would have understood it only because, like, yeah, I'm trying to connect the dots between like when they show me what happened on the show that I couldn't watch. So I'm watching the video, and then like I just see how the story pans out. But that's what I had to do because I didn't have the internet at the time. So
I feel like my gripe is just like like I said, everything's so overly like produced, not saying on the show, but just more so like you're finding all sorts of content about the storyline everywhere, and we got to be tapped in. Now we don't have to be tapped in, but like it would help to be tapped into the clips that you see from Pat and all the extra shit that I mentioned. Even more so, like I said, the wrestling, the Mania kickoff shit in Vegas, where all this shit happened. Like it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's I don't know how to say, like, just the overall like amount of content doesn't seem focused. All of it is just everywhere. Some of it's important, some of it's not important, and we just know because like we're staying in tune with the shit. Either way,
this isn't a shot or nothing, but what you're saying kind of reminds me of when people are like, "Oh, I gotta watch this whole season of Wanda just to understand this Doctor Strange movie." And sometimes it is like that, but sometimes no. Sometimes you can literally just go in and see it and still enjoy it. I feel like if you erase all the videos like all the Instagram videos or in outside shit. I feel like if you just pay attention to just a couple shows, I feel like there's a story to where I wouldn't say you can sink your teeth into it, but I would say it's like you could at least grasp like, oh, he wants to fight him because he wants his rematch. He gave his match to this nigga's cousin. This nigga's cousin an asshole, and a match back, and now everybody hates each other.
There shouldn't be an MCU timeline for wrestling.
No, there shouldn't. No, there shouldn't.
This should be simple as like, yeah, bro. 2 weeks ago on Raw, the slap happened, or 2 weeks ago on Raw, Rock threw up this fucking family tree shit where everything's just fucking connected. Had that been a promo on SmackDown or Raw, I think it would have just changed how I feel about a lot of this shit. Like, that was great content that you could have put on the show, and regardless, we saw it. Regardless of those recaps, I just feel like, as far as story content, that deserved to be in the movie rather than the spinoff. Yeah. Imagine if they fucking threw out the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet on Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's like, you tell me I gotta watch this shit to find the most important item to the fucking movies? Like, I guess, but no, put this shit in Iron Man fucking 16. I don't fucking care. My graph's over. My points are.
I gotta watch Hawkeye to understand Echo. No,
yeah,
no, you know, but you could. It might help. You could, but you don't have to.
I gotta watch She-Hulk to see fucking Matt Murdock. Hey, I don't want to watch She-Hulk.
She-Hulk was cool. It was overrated. it was alright. It was overly hated. CGI was ass though. But the story was
CGI was terrible.
So right before it ends, Cody is like, "Hey man, let the better man win." He goes for a handshake. Roman hits him with the Pacino eyes, or no, De Niro. Damn it! Did I say Pacino earlier? De Niro.
You say Pacino.
Yeah, I'm fucked up. This the Robert De Niro eyes. The Bobby.
It's all right.
Yeah, I gotta. Well, I fixed it. He doesn't shake him up. He shakes up Paul instead, which is just fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he leaves the ring. He's like, this motherfucker's really stupid. He's a fool. And he snaps his fingers and his music plays. And then you see Jimmy and Solo pop up out of nowhere, circle the ring a little bit. And they stand next to Roman. And then it looks like Cody's like, oh, I'm about to be ambushed. But then what happened after that?
Oh, Jimmy come out. It was the most Avengers shit possible. These motherfuckers. Actually, I think I saw a clip where they played the Avengers music over it.
Yeah, I put that in the chat. That shit was fire.
Or Jay pops out. My bad, not Jimmy. Jay pops out of the crowd with the hoodie on, and then to the right of him, Seth pops out, and now you got this big ass fucking Age of Ultron ass fucking moment where everybody's 3v3 looking at each other.
Mm-hmm. And the
show fades off.
Yeah, and you can see Roman fixated on Jay for a little bit. He looks at it. Yeah. It was just a good moment where it's like your plan was ruined. You because the whole time during the promo he's undermining Cody. It's like you're stupid, blah blah blah. He's undermining him, and then it's like, nah, man, I had a trap for your trap. So to me that's a good story element to where it's like, yeah, because the whole time he's downplaying. He's like, you're a fool, you're stupid, blah 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 blah. You know, I got you set up. Watch this. I'm gonna snap my finger and smile like an evil villain. And it's like, oh no, it turns out, yeah, no, I got my backup too, nigga.
Yeah.
So now what? This 3v3. What we doing? Yeah, but yeah,
it's gonna be interesting just to see how this all wraps up. Mm-hmm. I'm way more invested in the aftermath than the current push and plan. But it's set up to where it's Jimmy Solo Roman versus, or not versus, but against Jay, Seth, and Cody. Yeah, I very interested in the aftermath. This is, and then even though they still outnumbered because Rock is a part of the bloodline, so
right,
he's literally the X factor in this. What does Rock do? Is Rock really siding? Is Rock really a baby face, or is this Hollywood Rock where he don't give a fuck? What if Hollywood Rock is corporate Rock?
If I get my way, he betrays Roman and Cody wins, and then we get Roman versus Rock for SummerSlam or wherever the fuck people want. Or for next.
So you would wait 6 months, or not 6 months, but maybe 4 months. April. Yeah, about 4 months to set up Rock versus Roman?
I mean, it really depends on like how they
availability.
That, but also if they do, because they do want Roman and Rock for Mania. So I mean, that means you have to do another slow year build, and obviously Roman doesn't work all the time, and obviously Rock doesn't work all the time. Assuming Rock takes over the bloodline, and then we do get the other Fatus, you can make it to where Roman has to fight a whole new bloodline or something, which kills time or something. But
or
yeah,
Roman just takes a break. The man has been on a fucking run for 4 years now.
Yeah. I mean,
1,300 days is exhausting, bro.
I mean, those count days of that you don't work too.
This is true. This is true.
He doesn't work that much.
He definitely didn't defend it that much either.
No, I think it was 6 times or last year.
They announced SummerSlam is in Cleveland, right? I don't know if you're doing Rock Roman in Cleveland.
No. Maybe you finally get Roman in Solo or something.
I don't know if you're doing Rock Roman in Cleveland.
No, I feel like that's a Mania match, so you have to slow build that shit. And since both people don't show up consistently, they're not showing up week to week. Then you have plenty of time to kill. And then hypothetically, if Rock took over the bloodline and you added another member or two, because there's rumors of the other Fatus, then it gives Roman opposition to fight against until he can finally get to the final boss.
What about this? What about Rock takes current bloodline, betrays Roman comes back with new bloodline with the other Fatus? Like, I think that'd be kind of cool too.
That'd be cool. And then a bloodline Civil War Part 2. That'd be fine.
You get your official tribal combat, the one you really wanted with the pineapples and shit.
Yeah, baby, pigs on a spit. I'm here for it. I want to see someone get choked out with a lay, bro. I want some real shit.
Oh my god, choked out with a lay is fucking wild.
Yeah, stuff those flowers down his throat, bro. Like, come on now. I want to see some gangster. I don't know.
Nah, they gotta set up the ring on a beach.
Did you see the Hobbs and Shaw movie?
Nah.
Neither did I. But Roman's in there, and they do fight on the beach. Whatever happens in that scene, they should do in wrestling. I'm gonna just have to look it up to make sure I ain't saying nothing crazy.
That's funny. It reminds me of like the old WCW videos I seen of them wrestling in the mall and shit.
Yeah,
where it's like obscure places to be throwing wrestling rings.
Yeah, WWE had a match. I think it was Triple H and Undertaker. They wrestled in a mall. I think it was when they had like their New York building, because they used to have a building in New York. I don't know.
Yeah, the Times Square building. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But yeah,
give me one of that.
I think that's our show, you guys.
That's it. That is the show, people. Yeah. That's the episode. Hope y'all enjoyed it. Hope y'all like it. Like, comment, subscribe. We're going up on YouTube. We're going up on TikTok. We're going up everywhere. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the pod, the wrestle talks, the graps and not the raps. But we will catch you guys in the next one. It's been real. See you guys later.
Too sweet.